Let's go, pal.
All right, welcome. It is Thursday night, and you know what that means. That's right, you can take it to the bank. It's going to be a G-Law stream. I didn't almost cancel every Thursday night stream because I was tired or crabby from work. No, it has been my guarantee. Every Thursday night, G-Law, be there, 7-ish, 7:30-ish. Take it to the bank. How you doing? Hey, Ethan, howdy. Madros, hello, Jetfire. How you doing, buddy? Haven't seen you in here for a while. Though it looks, you're still streaming though, right? On Twitch? I think I saw that you're still streaming. I don't go to Twitch that much. And in fact, I learned only very recently, when you first joined Twitch, I have the Amazon thing where you can gift somebody a follow. And I did that for you, and I thought it kept going until I canceled it, but apparently it only lasted a month. Is that how it works? Anyways, I thought I'd been supporting you for like 2 years through my Amazon because I clicked it once, but that shows how much I know. How's everybody doing? How am I, you ask? Well, let me tell you. I'm doing fine. Had a week. It's been a week. It hasn't been a bad week. In fact, work's been okay. It's just, work's fine. It's busy. It could be stressful, but it's fine. It stops after 8 hours. I stop, and then what we really got into this week, we've been playing a lot of board games. So the weekend before, we bought Clank in Space. I don't know if any of you guys have heard of Clank in Space, but it's a board game that my friends had that we used to play when we lived in California that we really liked, and I don't know why we took so long to get it. There was originally a game just called Clank, and it's basically where you raid. The original Clank was you're raiding a dragon's lair and stealing their treasure and trying to get out without being caught. And it's competitive. It's not collaborative, but anyway, it's fun. And Clank in Space is the same premise, except you're going on some overlord's ship and stealing artifacts that he's taken, and taking them back, and then you have to escape with the stuff without getting killed. And so we got that the previous weekend and had a bunch of fun, and now they have Clank Legacy, which is based on the original fantasy themed Clank, that it's supposed to be one of the best legacy games. The legacy games, for those who don't know, are board games that have like a campaign sequence, and it's got like a book, storybooks, where each game you make certain decisions and you change the game board. So if you say like, if this happens, then they have a book of all these stickers, and you put a sticker on that changes the board, or changes a rule in the rule book, or changes a card in your deck, depending on what happens. And so there's a few. Pandemic Legacy is probably the most famous one for that, the board game Pandemic. But Clank has one that's really, really popular, and I just got obsessed with like, hey, if we're playing Clank and we're having fun, let's get Clank Legacy. That's supposed to be awesome. So yeah, last weekend we got Clank Legacy, and then we played it like 4 nights in a row, like into the week. Normally we don't play a lot of board games after work. We're just too tired. And this game, they take a long time because you're constantly changing the rules and changing the board and applying stickers. There's all sorts of extra stuff happening. But it's a lot of fun. But yeah, we found after doing it for 4 days, like, okay, so the table that we play on, our board games, it's not a dining table. We have like a dining table that's kind of small, which is one of our to-do lists, is get a bigger gaming table. I think we're gonna move, and then once we have we know what our space looks like, we're gonna buy something bigger. But we've got this. It's a coffee table. So it's the height of a coffee table, but it's huge. It's like the size of a dining table. It's ginormous. It's like a huge square, and you could put a ton of crap on there and like host a whole party around it. So we play our board games on there. There's a lot of space for it, but the problem is you're sitting there and you're always leaning over. So after 3 days in a row of playing like 3 or 4 hours a day, because we're not used to playing that much, like our backs and our ribs were hurting and stuff, and like then Tuesday night I'm rolling over in bed going, it's like a rib's out of place. It's crazy. But anyway, so that's been my what's been fun this week. Non-video game related, but still game related. It was for a month, and Twitch for 5 years and running, man. Congrats. I still, that's so crazy. I mean, I don't go back there very often, so I guess no one's been getting my thing. But it wasn't until very recently someone clued me into the fact that just because I clicked it that one time, like 5 years, I think I did it in one of your first streams too, like right when you started. If I recall, you just started. Like as soon as I found out you were on Twitch, I went to your first stream that I could find. The first time I found you live, and I did it. But playing board games is young man's game. That's how it feels. Yeah, I told my wife, it's like, that's got to be on our to-do list. Once we know what kind of space we're gonna have, which I don't know when that's gonna happen. We keep, like, the area we're in has rent control. Like, I don't know if it's Oregon wide or just county by county, but like housing prices have skyrocketed so much since we moved here. They'd already been ridiculous from since we lived here before. Like the apartment we lived in when we moved out in 2005 was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, about 1,200 square feet. Had washer and dryer unit. It included cable and high-speed internet and a parking space, and it was $750 a month. When we moved back in 2019, that same apartment was like $1,850, $1,900. It was like 1.5 times more expensive. And the apartment that we're in is, it'd be a lot more. The apartment we're in now, I think, again, would be about 40% more, 30, maybe 33% more than it was when we moved in. Like, we couldn't afford this apartment right now if we were just looking for apartments. So it's like right now, it almost seems like it doesn't make sense to move. So we're looking at, like if we're going to buy a house or something, and housing prices are like, so houses that sold for like $150,000 in 2015 are selling for $400,000 now. So we're just like, maybe we're going to end up living here in this apartment for a long time. I don't know. But the thing is, there are certain things we've been waiting to do. And so we're like, okay, we're not going to buy any new major furniture. We're not going to like get a dog. We want to get a dog. But it's like, maybe we shouldn't get a dog until, we know where we're going to be living and what their policies are for dogs and that sort of thing. So, yeah. Game table's on one of those so we don't throw our back out, though, for sure. Oh, you did mention that. Yeah, but Madros, you're the one that told me about that. Okay. I must have found out from you. And I was like, oh man, all this time I thought, like every month, Jetfire was like, oh, Gaming Lawyer is still supporting me. And I was like, I felt good thinking, I've been supporting Jetfire all this time. I don't mean to laugh. It's not funny that I wasn't supporting you when I thought I was, but it's just me. Whatever. So what else? I think I might be. I've been playing Elden Ring for the last several weeks. I think I might be coming, or maybe already have come to the end of my Elden Scroll journey. Elden Scrolls. Your friend Shane has a huge table for gaming, and you feel spoiled. Well, that's like our friends in San Diego have a giant, almost conference room style table. That can get, like, we've had 11 people around that table. I mean, once you get, I think, maybe 10. I can't remember, but it seemed like you could very easily get 4 down each side and 1 on the end. I think we've even had more than that at that table, and it still worked. And so most of the games, because we were introduced to most of these games at their house. They're the big gamers, and yeah, it's definitely a different experience playing on. Well, yeah, our table is a good surface if you're not doing it too much. But that's what we discovered. If we start gaming every day, we're probably going to end up with some like chiropractor bills before. Actually, yeah, going to end up being a problem. But yeah. So I sort of. You know how I am. I get Elden Ring. I just got tired of the game loop of mostly because it's always just like hard combat. I like the exploration and stuff, but it's all like explore more so you can find even harder things to fight. And obviously I liked it enough to do it for almost a month, and that was the only game I played, but I hit a point where I was just like, I'm tired of fighting hard. That game really pushed me. And I still wasn't good at it. But I was sort of squeaking by, and then I had a point where I was just like, I just need to play games to relax a little bit. Hey Joss, how you doing, man? Howdy. What are you doing here at this time? I thought you were supposed to, wait, has your schedule changed on Thursdays? It seemed like forever you'd only show up right as I was closing stream, but then it's changed, and you probably told me that because I've seen a lot more of you. It seems like in the last couple months. You probably told me, and Classic Gila, I forgot. Oh, you're on your phone. Okay, I gotcha. All right. So, yeah, it was almost so much you could tell Elden Ring was going to be for you. You could tell it was not going to be for you, you mean, Nick? The matchmaking puts you up against potatoes so you can chill. Yeah, I'm still officially a fan of Dead by Daylight. I just got to be in the right mood for it, because I do get really like, and I get really like heart pounding and all, even when I'm the killer. Yeah. I still will maintain Elden Ring I enjoy it, and I think it's a good game, despite all the PC port problems that it's had, which I will acknowledge. It's had some significant PC port issues. But I just had enough. Well, I'm curious now. I just want to look it up and see how much I played. I'm going to guess I probably put like 30 to 40 hours into it over the, I don't know, 3 weeks or whatever. I bought it like right at release and played it Oh, right. Oh, she's weak. Yeah, I just remembered when you mentioned that, because I was looking and I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's the girl from The Ring, right? You're gonna go Dex or Dex Faith? Yeah, I saw some video recently where someone said that they did a Faith build and then they re-rolled like a Dex. I think it was like a bleeding, like emphasis on causing bleeding, and they were like, oh man, it was easy mode. Like stuff you just wreck shit. I'm like, yeah. That's what's cool about it, is they're definitely different play styles and ways to approach it. And for me, it was, I mean, I enjoyed it for as long as I enjoyed it, and I'm sure I'll go back to it at some point. Because sometimes I am in the mood to be like, I just want to wreck some fight stuff and have it feel like I'm fighting. And that game, you really feel like you're fighting because it's not easy. Oh my god, okay. I have 50 hours of Elden Ring on record. So, there you go. That, I mean, for me, and that was, I forget, when did that come out? Anyways, there's a sign right there that I liked that game plenty. I just didn't have the staying power to see it through. And I've heard even just a basic playthrough, without trying to be like a completionist, is like 100 hours in. Ringu. She's a stealth killer that can teleport to her TVs. Ooh, you know I like stealth killers. Oh, yours is bleed right now. Oh, it's a glass cannon. Okay. YouTube says it is? I thought I turned it off. All right, let me see what's going on. I thought I had no game listed for today. Where does it say that I'm playing Elden Ring? Well, I honestly don't know where it says I'm playing Elden Ring. Let me look on my channel. I'm not seeing it on the bottom. It's the selected game. Oh. Well, no. Well, why is it doing that? Now I'm looking at all my junk. Yeah, it says here, no, in the place where you actually select games, there's no game. There's nothing. I've selected nothing. So I don't know what the hell it's doing. But yeah, I just went on I'm looking at my actual stream on YouTube, and it does in fact say I'm playing Elden Ring. But at least according to my actual settings for my stream, I'm not. Nothing in anything that I've set. Okay, so well, you're just gonna YouTube. I don't know what YouTube's doing, but you're gonna take my word for it. That who knows? Maybe I'll play Elden Ring later. And I was almost going to share my screen and show you guys my stream settings, but then I'm like, there's probably some kind of crap I'm not thinking about in my stream settings screen that, like, what if I accidentally show you guys my stream key? And then it's like, oh, no, I don't think there's anything like that you guys could see. But I'm like, what if I accidentally showed my stream key or something, and then all of a sudden any rando could be like, oh, I'm gonna stream from G-Law's thing, G-Law's channel. What? Oh my God, Brad Pritchard, it's time change out here. And look, Brad Pritchard's been a member for 55 months. Now, isn't that a thing? So is everybody ready to play Dungeons and Dragons the Saturday after this one? Next Saturday? That's us, right? That's when we're playing. I don't know if Ethan is still here, but if he is, I think our whole D&D group's in here. Except for my wife, she's not here. Truly, it is a thing. Yeah, I need to make an announcement. Right now, the only person who's... There's Pedro's. There he is. It's the 26th, okay. Ready for eventual D&D? I think just, what do we have it 3 weeks out? That's actually a pretty brisk pace for me, considering we have things that we do on the weekends, and I have another campaign that I'm running. That's not bad. It said 25, but it's actually 52. Huh? It said that you were only a member for 25 months? And you'd have the lizard either way, but I think you got ripped off, Madros. You didn't pay to be told, you didn't pay 52 months of sponsorship money to have some, excuse my language, some dumbass sponsor notifier knock you back down to 25. Madros, I'm sorry. I'm going to have my people look into that. So there's some heads are going to roll. All right. Well, it says 52 right there, though. Okay. Well, I'm looking right there in the chat. It says 52, which I didn't see what popped. You're saying when the notifier popped up, it said 25? I don't know. But, yeah, I just had my other D&D campaign last weekend. It was an interesting adventure. One of my characters, about an hour in, got really fixated on the idea of buying horses for the group. And I was like, well, you guys aren't it's not like they're doing a ton of journeying. I mean, most of the stuff they do is like, it's a 2-day walk and then it's a dungeon crawl. And horses don't actually make you go that much faster for travel. They can give you a speed boost if you're riding them into combat, but then they can get killed. So I was kind of trying to not dissuade them from doing it, but like they went to an NPC, they went to Gundren. Gundren's in their campaign too. Gundren Rockseeker. They went to Gundren and they're like, hey, we know you have a couple horses, because their campaign started with them escorting a wagon too, with 2 horses. And the wagon and the horse, a bunch of shit's happened since then, but the wagon and the horses are still in the town they went to. And so they're like, hey, can we borrow those 2 horses that we were using to pull the wagon at the beginning of the campaign? And he's like, well, yeah, if you think you really need them, but what do you need them for? So, well, I don't know. Well, I think for one of them, the paladin in our group found out he had a spell to basically, it's like almost like find familiar. It's find steed. And it makes you have like a badass war mount it's your like bonded mount. And then he got like kind of fixated on the idea of like everybody on horses riding across the land. And he was almost like, it's more like a prestige thing. Like, we don't have to walk on foot. We have horses and stuff. And I'm just like, I'm like, all right. And they're in Red Larch, which is like a small town. And I was like, there's probably ways you could, I made them role play getting the horses just to make them appreciate it. And, which, I mean, that's kind of, I guess some DMs could just be like, you want to buy horses? Okay, whatever. Just take the money out of your inventory or whatever. But I made a whole thing about it where it's like, oh, well, go to like the Jelloran's Safe Travels. And he's the one who repairs wagons and helps people like helps travelers with their travel related, with their like wagon related stuff. And he probably know where you could get some horses around here. And then they went to him and he's like, yeah, there's not like a professional breeder that just like a big ranch that sells a bunch of, like, you just go to the horse store around here. But he's like, there's one heading up towards Slumber Hills you could go check out that, if you mention that I sent you, he does breed horses. He just doesn't, he breeds them generally for his own use, but he may have some to sell. And, and I had them go there and they're haggling with the guy, and he's like, yeah, this is the horse that me and my wife, the horses me and my wife and kids use, but we don't actually use them that much. So I'd be willing to part with them for the right price. That's actually what I said, Nick. When they asked in town, where can I get horses? I said, the closest place where you can buy them is Belliard. And I know that's a larger town. And then I figured, like, okay, so, you know, and that's the thing, they're in such a damn hurry. Then they're because they're never like, sometimes I'm just like, you guys should just chill out in town for a week and like keep your ear to the ground, listen for rumors or whatever. Just take it down a week. And they're always like, no, we need to leave at first light, which is fine. I mean, that's like the way a lot of adventures are. It's fine. I don't want to tell them, no, you can't. You don't be in such a hurry. But then when I try and lay down stuff that's going to be realistically would take time, like we went to the wagon dude, and they're like, can we get 4 horses? And he's like, sure, there's a way that I could probably put out a requisition among some of the local ranchers and get you horses. It could take a week or two, but I probably could get some for you. And they're like, no, we need it today. We want to leave town. And they're like, well, they're like, oh, about an hour out of town. On the way out of town, there's that rancher. You can go see if he's got anything. But if you like, it's gonna, I can get them for you, but it may take a week or two to have them wrestled up, unless you want to go find where they're actually being sold. So, and now the thing is that I just realized too, they went into the hills and they're in their first combat. And we ended the session in the middle of combat. They got ambushed, not ambushed, but they got attacked by earth cultists. And then I realized, like, oh, it's still like in the first round or two. And as soon as this earth priest gets in range, he's going to use like that the area effect thunder spell. And they're all just standing. They got off the horses and they're all just in the middle of their horses, shooting arrows, casting spells and all this stuff at the enemies. And I'm like, if this priest casts this area of effect attack spell, all the horses are going to be dead. Like, unless he has a bad damage roll. So I'm like, okay, we may need in next session have a little horse reality check rewind. It's like, do you want to replay how we entered battle, taking the horses into consideration? But oh, so there is an actual, and Tribor. Okay. Well, Tribor is like a major city, though. Isn't it considered? I mean, not like Waterdeep major, but I think Tribor is considered like a city. But oh, and Belliard is known for trading livestock. Okay. I just came up with it on the fly when they asked where they could buy horses. And I knew Belliard was bigger than Red Larch. So I was like, maybe they have them there. But since they detail Red Larch so well, and I was like, yeah, it just doesn't seem like the kind of place that it seems like the kind of place where if ranching or breeding was going to be an industry there, it would be more significant and not something that I would just realistically invent on the fly. But oh, Yartar, right? That's the city. That's what I was thinking of. So, but yeah, so I felt a little bad once it was all said and done. I was like, yeah, we only have like 4 hours. Well, we get together for about 5 hours, but we usually spend the first hour geeking around talking about like what movies and books and video games we've been playing. And then we finally got playing, and we get about 4 hours all of game time all told. And I realized like we spent over half of our game time role playing our quest to acquire horses. And they may all just die in the first round of combat once we start our next session. Oh, right, the Storm King's Thunder. Storm King's Thunder is, from what I understand, is like covers a huge section of the Sword Coast. Like, it's a wide-ranging regional adventure. So, which I guess, I think you mentioned you had a DM that was weaving the some of them together. And that could make sense in that Storm King Thunder could encompass. Are you joking though, Nick? Because there's a part of me that feels like I'm not taking relish in the fact that their horses may immediately die. But I was kind of trying to give them a hint that having horses in this adventure may not be practical, and they may not, if they're gonna give, they don't have a lot of money either, so they're coughing up like a significant chunk of their cumulative savings for these horses. And I'm trying to kind of hint like, yeah, as long as you don't mind that you may not have them very long. But I was thinking more like they'd tie them up outside of a dungeon and go in and then be in the dungeon for a week and come out and like, is it realistic that the horses would just still be chilling outside the dungeon a week later? You would absolutely AoE the horses. Well, because what I'm thinking I want to do is try to be a little bit more like they were literally the first round into combat. And of course, our druid already fireballed the entire group. That's the thing now. The druid has fireball. She's a fire circle druid, and that's like, I think that's why she wanted to be a fire circle druid, because she's like, oh, I get fireball. And now every single combat, it's like fireball, 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 fireball. And one of the things that I've been in the background thinking is like, they're starting to get into levels where they're not going to be the only ones with fireballs. And they're not going to feel, I don't know if they're going to feel OP once they get their first fireball hits them. Nick will cook those horses right up. If the BCs are bunched up, AoE them. Good spell opportunities to come up. Yeah. No, I'd be good for that. I just know, like, if it immediately kills all their horses, I'm going to feel bad. But it's also like, that's why I'm thinking, like, they may just not be thinking. Like, their characters would probably think, oh, if we literally, like, are shooting arrows and stuff, standing 3 inches from our horse, and our horses might get hurt if they're, like, right in the midst of combat. And it's like, maybe they haven't thought about that. I don't know. Should I punish them for not thinking about that ahead of time? Because I wasn't really thinking about it. Truth be told, when the combat started, I wasn't thinking about... Well, because it's not like they'll be specifically targeting their horses, but then when I realized, oh, this priest is going to cast an area damage spell that's probably going to kill all the horses. It careens to the side, lights the grass on fire, it spreads to the horses. Oh my god, yeah, no, that would just be cruel DMing. Like, that's punitive DMing. I don't want to be punitive. Oh no. So, and that's the thing, is like, hey, if you look, because that's what I'll do, is I'll look at what the enemies have at their disposal, and I'll think, if that were me, I'd open with Fireball. And like I was planning a thing that's going to come up. I know they're going to encounter someone, or there's a very good chance they're going to encounter someone soon that does have fireballs. And I was like, and I know as soon as that fireball hits them, like probably at least somebody is going to be, there's a good chance at least one of them is going to be unconscious and doing death saves after a single fireball. So I don't know for sure, but there's a good chance. They are riding horses with 13 hit points. So yeah, it's like that thunderclap or something like that. I think that's the name of the spell. I'm not 100% sure, but it was a spell where I thought, based on how damage gets rolled, the horses may or may not survive it. And yeah, and I was thinking of giving them. I was actually thinking of giving the horses the full 3 rounds of death saves, like the whole 3 passes or 3 fails, because I know the characters are going to care enough that their horses are bleeding out or are dying on the ground. They're going to care enough that I think at the very least I want to give them the chance to if they want to take a turn to try to stabilize the horse, they can. Is it Thunder Wave? I think it's something thunder. And it's thunder damage. And yeah, I don't want to get too gamey, because there are people that are playing in terms of I could say more about who has it. But it's one that basically it's like a mini fireball made out of thunder noise. Thundercock. Yeah. That's the thing at this point. Without looking up the spell, I can't remember. I don't have the spells all memorized. I just know it was an area of effect, and it was reasonably possible that the damage could kill the horses. Might be Shatter. Does Shatter do thunder? Well, I want to say something that does thunder damage, but it may not have thunder in the title. I think it's a 2nd level priest spell. Is that Shatter? Okay. Brad's like, oh yeah, Shatter. Shatner. But anyway, so yeah, that's what happened in our game. They spent most of the session acquiring horses, and then immediately got into a situation where the horses there's a very good chance they're immediately going to get killed. That was it. Shatter. Yes. 3d8 thunder damage. That sounds right. Yeah, that's the one. So, and I remember that got cast against them when they were in the Tomb of Moving Stones in the very beginning. And they were absolutely, it's the only time I think that an area of effect spell actually got cast at them, and it rattled them up. They were rattled. They're like, what? So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm still debating whether I should be like, do you want to retcon what you're doing with the horses? Just checking. You understand? I found a horse. I found the horses in the monster manual, so I've dragged out the icons into the battle map. And so that's going to be the clue too. I'm going to be like, all right, just so you know, I've placed the horses on the battle map now. Do we want to have made any plans with relation to the horses? So, but also one thing I didn't realize is that they can just ride the horses in battle. I thought there would be rules about I didn't even look until they bought the horses. I thought there would be rules like, yeah, if you try to like just take a riding horse and like plow into a bunch of enemies and try to like hit them on while riding by on horseback, like you're gonna have to do an animal control check or your horse is gonna flip the fuck out. And then I'm looking at the rules going like, no, pretty much looks like 5e. If you have a horse, it's just like you have an extra like 4 legs that make you go really fast that can be killed. But yeah, so there were like certain horse mechanics I didn't even going into it I wasn't familiar with because I hadn't bothered to look it up before we played because I wasn't expecting them to bring horses into combat. But well, speaking of games that we're playing, now let me get my water. So I think I'm leaning towards playing a game tonight that maybe won't work. May not work for stream, but it's kind of like the game. I just bought it and because I had my eye on it for a while and it just like I just finally got the itch and was like, man, I think I'm gonna get this. I think I want to play this. But it may not be a good streaming game. But I'm inspired by Brad because Brad just plays whatever the fuck he wants. And but Brad, you do a good job too of not completely tuning out chat either. So watch Brad streams. But also, well, you have a talent for not being derailed for 30 minutes talking whenever someone asks a question. So there's that balance. Well, it's funny you should mention Battle Brothers, Brad. Now, first off, no, it's not Battle Brothers. But it is a game that is very much in concept like Battle Brothers, but very different in presentation. So it could almost be like Battle Brothers if Battle Brothers were presented with good graphics. You almost bought it, then you remembered you play it, you doped out. I still think Battle Brothers, there's going to be time when I'm going to play that. I'll probably never stream it again. I just remember that the worst part of Battle Brothers was how the stream reacted to it. There was a lot of hostility towards it. But the other thing I didn't like about Battle Brothers was it seemed like it was too focused on this sort of elevation game where it's all hexes and all the hexes have different elevations. And it's hard to tell where you can move. So if it's 2 elevation changes or more, you can't move between them. And there's all these penalties and bonuses depending on which layer you're on. And the whole map is like it's all staggered. They're all like uneven everywhere. And every combat, I felt like I was just struggling to figure out like, where can I'm going to hit him. Oh, wait, no, he's 2 levels lower than that person, so he can't touch him. And I'm like, what? I don't want to worry so much about all this like level dynamic. It becomes like a puzzle just to play the game. From the player's handbook. When there's any question whether you can calm down and domesticate an animal, keep him out from getting spooked, or intuit an animal's intention, the DM might call for a wisdom animal handling check. So that seems like that's a very broad rule. I just know that there's a whole section about mounts in combat, and you'd think that's where they would specify, like they just are like, oh yeah, you go in combat, and you're just like, if anything pushes you involuntarily, it may knock you off your horse, and then that's it. And it's like, well, if someone's like trying to, if a horse sees a goddamn mouse, the thing might freak the hell out. If someone's trying to like swing an axe at you while you're on the horse, is that horse gonna lose its shit? I think Battle Brothers is a good game if you're in the right mood for it. and you're not someone who's going to be troubled by the graphics. And I'm not particularly troubled by the graphics. There was people giving me shit when I streamed it that they thought it looked dumb. That's not a reason I wouldn't play. I just got to a point where it was really hard, and I didn't feel like I was making headway. And I was also frustrated, like for a game where you spend most of your time in combat, I was not having a great time with the combat. And a lot of it had to do with that elevation puzzle thing. That's another thing about, there's that game Solasta, Crown of the Magister, which is like a 5e adaptation. And I was really enjoying that game, except they do the same thing. And in all the environments, there's a whole like elevation levels mini game going on. There's a mechanic, which is, I mean, it's cool if they have that mechanic, right? But it seems like they've integrated that mechanic into every combat encounter. So that it's like a prominent central feature of the game is not just how to do D&D combat, but how to do D&D combat in the context of these elevation games that you have to play. And I'm like, I don't want to. Can we just take, if they didn't have that element all over that game, I'd like it a lot more. But instead it becomes like a mental puzzle slog just to figure out where your characters can move each turn. Baldur's Gate 3 is still completely incomplete. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not that excited about Baldur's Gate 3, and the reason I'm not is because to me, it looks like Divinity Original Sin 2 with a Baldur's Gate skin on it. And like a D&D skin on it. And as fantastically popular as Divinity Original Sin 2 is, and how I can objectively say it's a very well-made game, but I don't enjoy the combat. And again, it's a very similar reason as to what I was saying before, but this time it's not elevations, although they do integrate that into the combat as a factor. But in the Divinity Original Sin games, they're what I consider almost overly focused on environmental hazards. Okay, so every combat, it's like every 5 feet, there's an acid barrel, there's an oil barrel, there's a fire barrel, there's a water barrel. And if you hit that barrel with an arrow, the oil's going to go everywhere. And if you use any spells with a fire thing, that whole area that's got oil on it's going to explode. Anything that's wet, if you cast any kind of a cold spell, that whole area is going to get frozen and everyone's going to slip and fall down. Which, in one sense, that's innovative, that's cool. Some people really like that. But the whole combat, all the combats become this puzzle of like, okay, let's see which different elements around the battlefield can I hit that will interact in a certain way that's going to cause the most area of effect things to happen to the enemies to minimize them happening to us. And it's just not a layer I'm that interested in focusing on. And it seems like the whole game, which again is mostly combat, and the combat is mostly focused on all of this area of effect sort of puzzle, so like figuring out how to use all the area of effects. And yeah, so it's like, can you just give me my people a bunch of abilities and then we just go across a neutral environment and just have it out and not have it about what barrels I can make explode around them to cause area of effect things. Without the environmental puzzle, I'm looking at Brad's comment now all of a sudden. If they took out all of that environmental puzzle shit, then I'd be into it. And in fact, if they took that out of Divinity Original Sin 2, I'd probably really like Divinity Original Sin 2. It's just, every time I think about playing it, I'm like, I'm not in the mood for an environmental puzzle. That's why I'm not in the mood to play a game that's going to have me basically solving environmental puzzles over and over again. It'd be like, hey, you want to play Dungeons & Dragons? Sure. Hey, how about every time we play Dungeons & Dragons, you have to play Tetris for a half hour? You like Tetris? I'm I'm like, yeah, I guess Tetris is okay, but I'd just rather play Dungeons and Dragons. No, man, here, combat's beginning. Here, just now let's switch over and do. Why am I didn't want to play Tetris. I want to play Dungeons and Dragons, for God's sake. No, you're gonna play Tetris now. You signed up for D&D, but what you're getting is a bunch of Tetris. It leaves you wanting a familiar setting with familiar creatures and classes. I can see that too. Yeah, I can see that too. But I've just heard so many really great things about like how the story unfolds and everything in Divinity Original Sin that there's part of me that just really wishes I wasn't so caught up on not wanting to do environmental puzzles. The barrels are not nearly so prominent, but they're still there. You're saying is that they're still there? Now let's be real. How many times have you been in a D&D game and the DM opens every battle by spending 5 minutes discussing where all the different element exploding barrels are? Oh, there's a poison one over there, and there's a water one over there. There's an oil one over there. So, yeah. So what basically the whole time, I've never had any enthusiasm for Baldur's Gate 3 because I just assumed it's going to be, that's their formula that people have gone apeshit over that I don't like. And if it looked like Baldur's Gate 3 was just going to be that with like, oh, let's just say it's Dungeons and Dragons and we're going to put D&D like flavor into it. So like the stats are going to look more D&D-ish. The spells are going to look more D&D-ish, but it's basically still going to be Divinity Original Sin 2. Just with some Baldur's Gate flavoring. How big is the bung hole? Yeah, were you really that was that one of the big problems you had with our first D&D game is I didn't spend enough time talking about the barrels. So, anyways, so there's a game called Wartales. It's still in early access, and it's kind of like Battle Brothers a little bit. Or I guess a lot bit in terms of you're a band of, I don't know if you're adventurers or mercenaries or whatever, and you're in sort of an open world and you go around killing things and surviving and having missions and things like that. It's still in early access. I guess there's still a long way till it's considered finished, but I can already tell that a lot of people who get into it that's when you look at reviews and you see that the people who are reviewing them have been playing for 40, 50, 60, 70 hours is when you think, okay, this thing's in early access, but if it's sort of like, it seems like the average person that's playing this, putting that much time into it, that tells me there's enough there that, especially if they play 40, 50 hours and they come out of it feeling positive, that they want to share a positive review. Brad, I've been watching you play Potato Flowers. How did you even find that game? All I know is I put it on my wish list now. Because this is the other thing, and I think I mentioned this to you in chat today, is I'm kind of in the mood for a game like that. Like, I could very much be super into the gameplay of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous right now. But I'm particular, and I'm in a mode now where whatever I'm playing, I like to have videos on the side, YouTube videos, podcasts, whatever, and just kind of like have a game that lets me play it, but lets me kind of like be multitasking a little bit, you know, maybe hanging out in someone's stream or whatever. And sometimes I get in those modes where I don't want a game that's going to capture my entire attention with a story. And like Elden Ring actually works that way for me because while there is story in that game, most of the time there isn't. Most of the time you're just wandering this empty world, fighting a ton. The world itself is often breathtaking and very interesting, and you're fighting secrets. And like, even though I'm a little bit over it right now, I still have very high opinions of Elden Ring. But I can also have YouTube videos going on the side, or video documentaries, or whatever. I like YouTube documentaries, like crime documentaries or whatever, gaming podcasts, things like that. As long as they don't take place at a World War II bomber. I'm surprised you guys didn't like that. What was that? I don't think I have it installed anymore. The game where you're in the bomber and the people in different positions. Reminds me of FTL. I'm still waiting for someone to make a good version of FTL that's I don't know. FTL was like a really good game, and I feel like they could make a very cool version of FTL that is has a little more budget behind it. Bomber Bros. Oh, Titan Quest. Okay. Yeah, there are certain different things, but I get it into and also I kind of like the turn-based combat. So that's where it's like Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous was like, I kind of wish I could play that, except it is super story heavy. Like, your guys can't take 2 steps without some big dialogue breaking out, or you're in combat and there's dialogue breaking out. And that's the reason why I haven't been playing Final Fantasy as well, because it's super story heavy. And they're great games when you're ready to buckle down and just be like, I just want to lose myself entirely in this game. But a lot of the time, I don't feel like being that engaged in a game. I feel like I just want to be playing a game while I've got a video going on over here. I think FTL is a great game, but FTL came out, what, 12 years ago? 13 years ago? And I'm still looking for the next FTL. And I also think they could take the concept of FTL and they could do a lot build off of that concept and do a lot of other things. And there are other games that have done that. And every time there's a game that tries to build off FTL, it's by indie studios, and it always ends up being like, I don't know. The consensus tends to be like they're just not good games. When that there's like, if you're in the mood for that kind of game, just play FTL again. Half the games on Steam are just worse versions of FTL. Well, what attracted me to those bomber games was it reminded me a little bit of FTL. But I just thought the whole thing was cool. Like the bombers and going over. I used to, not so much now, but I used to be like kind of obsessed with World War II and all the yeah, I don't know, that whole setting is just being inside of a bomber, having your little dudes go around. Yeah, it's neat. Well, it's definitely a lot different than FTL. And I think ultimately, wasn't the bomber one, you couldn't pause. I think that was a thing, right? I can't remember. Could you pause? I don't think you could pause and give commands. Because that's one of the things I really like about FTL, is things get crazy. You pause that thing. And you could figure out where you want everybody to go, and then unpause and let it happen. Are you sure you're not a dad? Being interested in war primarily? You know what? I am sounding a lot like my own dad. My dad grew up, he was born like in the World War II era, or grew up around that era. So his dad fought in World War II. So I could see it being like my dad being into it, but I don't know. I think maybe it was too because we hit the 50-year anniversary in the 90s, right when I was like coming into a young adulthood. And we just got bombarded with, that's when they did like Saving Private Ryan and, well, Schindler's List, which I thought was not a World War II movie per se, but was like a movie that was like profoundly affected me. And it made me very like interested in that era. And so even in college, I studied that era quite a bit. I don't watch many cowboy movies. No, it's sad to say. Maybe that's coming. Oh my god, I've been streaming for an hour already. Well, you could tell I'm not very video game focused this week in general. Like I was coming into stream today almost like I don't even know if I want to what I want to play. I don't think I want to play Elden Ring. And the only games there's a game I picked up on sale last week called Low Magic Age. And it's essentially like a 3rd edition Dungeons and Dragons indie game. And I was playing that a little bit over the past couple days and kind of getting into that. But then I felt that's like super bare bones graphics. I think it's an early access too, and it's also very it's very stripped down in terms of, you know, like features and things like that. Yeah, play more board games. I could get a game of Clank going on Tabletop Simulator. Those Brad, you like those 2 cowboy movies and no other ones? The Wild Bunch and Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. I don't even know the second one. I don't know if I've even heard of it. But I'm glad you like it. Sam Peckinpah? I don't know who that is. This side quest and Cyberpunk are fairly mindless. Story at the beginning then. Yeah, I mean that was I was getting that impression in Cyberpunk as well. Where it was a sort of thing a little bit like a Skyrim or a Fallout, where there are sections where there's a lot of story happening, and then there's sections where it's like, all right, now I'm going to leave town, and I've been talking to people for 2 hours, but now I'm going to leave town, and the next 2 hours is going to be me getting to and then slowly killing my way through some kind of a dungeon or complex. Oh, it doesn't surprise me at all that there are Clank games in the workshop. But Nick, you said you played the original Clank once and you thought that was pretty good. Yeah, Clank Legacy we're really enjoying that so far. We've played 3 or 4 games. I think we played 3. We played, because we got it Sunday. We played it Sunday, and then we played it Monday, and then we played it Tuesday, and then Wednesday our backs were out. We're like, let's not, we gotta not play it. But we got family coming in for the weekend, so we're gonna be playing more board games. But we're locked into Legacy. We can't just bring someone else into that. But maybe we'll get them to play Clank in Space. I don't know. I think Saturday we're gonna end up having 5 people all total. Clank only supports 4. So I just like the concept because it doesn't feel well. That's why I like different tabletop games that don't feel like other games. Like sometimes there's like meeple resource strategy games where there's a lot of different ones that have different settings and different boards, but they start feeling kind of samey after a while. But it doesn't mean I won't like that. But it's like I'm not going to play every different kind of game that's built on that same mechanic. After a point, it's sort of like, yeah, I've played that game enough. But Clank is sort of feels like it's doing its own thing because it's a deck builder, but it's focused on navigating this map and what you're doing on this map. So in Clank in Space, it's like you start at the escape pod entry area, and you have to get across different sections of the ship, like engineering. And the thing is that the map is modular. So you can flip it and change it each game and have the modules be different things. So the game comes with its own ways of, like almost like its own expansion, where you can alter how the map, what's on the map. And then you have to get to the other side, and like to get to the other side, you have to disable a security code. So that means you've got to go to a couple of these security stations in different sections, and do the thing. And every time you take a significant action, it like raises the alarm level of the overlord or whatever. And the original Clank is the dragon. And certain things, every time you're drawing more cards for the draw deck, from the draw deck, if it has a dragon icon on it, then a dragon attack is triggered. And then it's like anyone can get hit by the dragon. Like everyone has, like every time you make it the clank is the sound you make when you screw up, and you have all these little cubes of your color, and you got to put your cubes on the clank square, and then when the dragon attacks, all the cubes go into a bag, and you shake up the bag, and every attack, it's like it starts off, you've got to pull 3 clank out of the bag, and if your color comes up, that goes on. You have like a hit point track of 10 points. Every time you pull one of your color out, it goes on that track, and that's damage towards killing you. And then as you piss off the dragon more, whenever the dragon attacks, it starts going up the attacks. You get off this like pissed off scale of how pissed off the dragon is. And it gets to where now you gotta pull 4 out. Now you gotta pull 5 cubes out every time the dragon comes out. Dragon's more and more angry every time it comes out. Based on like, if you grab an artifact, the anger level goes up. Certain things happen, cause the anger level to go up. So by the time you're trying to get out of there, the dragon is pissed off, and you've built up throughout the game a ton of clank. So yeah, it's really cool. It ends up being like an edge of your seat, like, oh my god, I don't think we're gonna get out of here. And then in Clank Legacy, even though it's competitive, you're supposedly all working. It's called what is it? Mergers and acquisitions, and you're working for like an adventuring company. And so even though you're supposed to beat your fellow players, if your co-players fail too badly, it hurts the corporation, and then you all suffer certain penalties if your corporation fails too much. So it strikes this interesting balance of like, yeah, you want to win, but you don't want to like for example, if you can escape with an artifact, and as soon as someone escapes, instead of taking a turn each time they'd be their turn, they instead cause a massive dragon attack where each time you draw 6 cubes. Which means if anyone else is not near the exit and able to escape, they're probably going to die within like the first turn or two if they can't get out after the first person gets out. So you're sort of like, yeah, maybe I don't want to get out and lock this other person out so they die, because if they fail to get anything and escape, then that hurts the corporation. Every time a player fails to get out to escape at all with anything, that causes the corporation to be hurt. So it's like, oh. Anyway, we've been having a lot of fun with it. That corporation thing is part of the legacy game, not the main Clank game. Yeah, Dead of Winter is one that we played. We played that 2 or 3 times, and I don't know what it is. The first time I played it, I was super into it, and the successive times we played Dead of Winter, I was less into it. And I think the last time we played it, I was just like, you know what? I don't know if I actually like this game, or it just wasn't that exciting. But I don't know, for some reason, maybe we're just in the right mood. But Clank is hitting. I've been super into Clank the last couple of weeks. All right. Well, you know what? I've been talking about these different games. So first, I'm going to show you Low Magic Age, just to show you what it is, because there are people hanging out here. Is my desktop audio crazy loud? Again, I changed my scenes, and I'm not sure. I'm going to show you Low Magic Age because there's a lot of D&D people here who actually might like it or might think it looks garbage. Oh, hold on. This definitely needs... I turned the audio down because I was listening to... It's not even a little loud. Okay. Sometimes I look over at OBS and it looks like the sound meters for the desktop audio are just going absolutely apeshit. And completely... Alright, but can you hear it then? Then the other thing is I'll think it's too loud, and then it turns out none of you can hear it at all. So, yeah, you can see this is pretty basic. And here's my group is in here. I've got 6 people. And I named, you create your whole party from scratch. So I've got the Iris in here, my wife. And then this Strom is a character I always made in my fantasy games. Some of them I didn't rename. There were pre-made characters. You can make characters from scratch. But, oh my god, it's not on the screen. What the hell? I just noticed that. Okay, well, it's not going to do it that way, then we'll do it this way. I guess this is one of those games that OBS doesn't capture. I'm glad I happened to look over and be like, come on. So, I'm not sure how big the world map is. I guess it goes... I guess that's it. So I've only looked over about a half of it. I've only played this for maybe 2 or 3 hours. And there's quests and things, but there's not a whole lot. It's mostly just kind of like a sandbox if you just want to do D&D adventures. And right now I'm like... The first quest was to go to like an adventurer's guild. And I now have to prove my strength. So I need 3,000 gold... own 5 reputation, which I've got, and you get those for doing quests, and defeat 5 groups of monsters, and I've only defeated 4 out of 5 since I got the quest. Right now I've got, let me see. No? There it is. Prove your strength. I have a delivery to this town where I'll get 6 gold, but I'll get like a trade good, I think, which is worth something. So let's see, what's it? Quarry unvisited. Is this got a combat? I can't tell. No, I've not been going into places that have combats. What's this? Whitehawk City. Looks pretty serious. Oh, I'm gonna get in a fight. So let's see, where are they? Let's delay. I don't even know where the enemy is. Oh crap, they were right there. I didn't even see them. Let's see, we got our Does our wizard want to cast anything? No, not yet. So it's really basic, but it's like it's based on 5e rules. Let's see, we're gonna, you know, let's move up and then we'll cast a bless spell. And then this is our barbarian. He's got like a reach weapon. The map looked like it was not particularly talented child. It might be one of those games that's made by one dude. Mm. 70, 60, 95. Oh, ouch. Let's see. I think we can get a sleep spell in on these guys. No, hold on. Oh, wait, here we go. That'll get all of them without getting any of us. All right, 2 of them are asleep. Now. This game is hideous, but you don't mind. It's the graphics you don't like. Or just, yeah, the sound. It's very bare bones, but it's kind of, it's a step into the kind of game I wanted. It's a turn-based D&D type game that the mechanics themselves are competent, and it's not trying to tell me a story. that I have to constantly pay attention to. It's called Low Magic Age. I picked it up a week ago for like $6, but I actually had my eye on it. I heard about it a while before that. 90 experience per PC. And so now I've defeated the 5 groups. So now I just need, and probably I can sell stuff. Keeps track of ammo. It keeps track of your food. It keeps track of your wizard's reagents. Like, it's got all this sort of like really, you can hit settings to make it more, like layer it with more strict requirements and like how hardcore do you want to follow the D&D rules. Let's see. I think we're all 2nd level. And then, oh yeah, I want to go to this big city. In an ordinary large metropolis, the local residents do not know you. Local specialties are flour and dried meat. Let's see, I can't buy supplies here. And you can't do trade goods here unless you have a trade license, which I'm not going to buy. You go to the tavern, that's where you can pick up quests. I'm not going to pick up any quests yet, because I think I'm going to go to the place where I'm going and then see what things look like from there. Finish the quest. The quests all have time limits. And you can recruit. The idea is you're probably going to lose some characters here and there, so you can recruit more. There's no marketplace. Let me see, I could probably have a great... I think the one guy that I want to have a great sword already has a great sword. Yeah. So we're going to sell the great sword. Sell the rapier. I think I don't want to sell anything else. Oh, a whip. I don't care about that. And there's some crafting in this game, apparently. I'm going to hold on to crafting materials. Iron ore, you can... I'm not sure how far the crafting goes. But anything that I see can be used for crafting, I'm holding on to. You want the first DLC for the King of the Fighters? That you can't even use the 30 whatever characters you already have? Yeah, alright. So wait, what's in the DLC then that you would... Were there any characters in the DLC you wanted to play? Is that what the DLC is? It's just 30 more, or a bunch more characters? Alright. Well, apparently I don't have a lot of gold from here, so we'll just move on. What is this place? What's another village? Okay, I'm gonna go over to the village. Small village, they don't know me. Oh, is this the same place? Oh, buy 10 dwarven war axes? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not sure where to get them. Alright, we'll leave. I don't know what Garu characters are, but have you played the new characters were in the DLC? That's what matters, is the DLC have something in it that you bought it for and that you actually like? You've been playing a lot of that game, so you can't claim that you haven't been getting your money's worth. Quest completed, and I obtained raisins. All right, so I still have 2,800. Oh no! Can I sell my raisins? If the regular price is 200, that means I'm getting a good deal. It's read like it's going to be a bad deal. But I think they're just saying that it's more expensive here. But if I'm selling it, that's good. All right, I'm selling my raisins, and I think I got figs from another quest, and it's a good price here for figs. The town is short of gold. Oh my god, I didn't even know that was a thing. Well, hold on, how much gold do they have? 129. Oh no. All right, I guess I can't sell my figs and my raisins here. Oh, you'll play them later. You bought it this morning? You need to watch me and study me for a certification. For a certification exam you're taking tonight. Okay. Oh, watch me and study, not study me. It's like, I didn't know. You can somehow prepare for a certification by watching my stream? Maybe I can sell this stuff over here. See, do I have any more? No. I wonder if Whitehawk City would like some figs or some raisins. Oh, I can't even trade with them. All right, now I'm gonna. Well, let's replenish our supplies. All right. That's good. Just a price survey. Oh wait, then I think I've got to come back. Oh, these two are right next to each other, so I'm going to do both of them. You can have 2 quests at a time. Deliver a message. I think the price survey, I have to go to the town and it's considered collected, and then I have to come back to get my reward. Oh. So as you can see, there's a day-night cycle, and your characters rest. They expend supplies as they're traveling. You know, there's a lot going on. Some halfling bandits trying to get me. All right, now we're going to go do that price survey. Hey, Dark Jake. Talons of... That probably means something that I should know, but I don't. But I see that it ends with a fist of justice of some sort. Thank you for that, Dark Jake. I do love you kids with all your emojis. They're hip. I'm up with it. Is that what you say? I'm up with it. Buy shurikens. Deliver figs to Tedland. Hold on. Where's my quest log? The price survey. Oh, I think I have to go back to Whitehawk City. All right, I'm not going to engage in any more quests then that take me a different direction. But if there's anything on the way back where I'm going... Can I sell my figs here? See, this market actually has money. All right, so I'm going to sell my raisins. Look at that. And I finished proving my strength because now I have over 3,000 gold. We received a report from Eileen. Thank you so much for solving this crisis. This flavor text has nothing to do with what I did. As you know, an abnormally large number of monsters stalk the continent, maiming and killing innocents. These beasts must be eradicated with utmost haste. However, before assigning any important quest to our rules... our rules insist we dispatch parties on some routine missions to test their mettle. Oh, I think this was the quest I just did. I had to prove my mettle. Oh, now I got... Let's see. Nearby Artisans Guild has encountered some serious setbacks and is asking for Adventurers Guild help. Your party is being sent to aid them. Go to the Artisans Guild as soon as possible. Travel to San here. Not sure where that is, but that'll be on the map. Part-time locksmith. You got several on-the-list chests from the guild. If you can open them safely, the item inside will be yours. The old Capital Division provides the open lock skill training service. Have 1 or 2 party members training on open lock skill will be very helpful for your future adventures. In addition, you'll need to purchase some lockpicks along the way. The Old Capitol, where's that? Well, that's not where we are now. Oh, that's where we need to go. Okay, but there's no time limit on this one, and I do have a time limit to get back here. Wait, where's part-time locksmith? I don't know where the Old Capitol is, but I already have someone that can pick locks. Let me see. Cora, the halfling rogue, can pick locks. Oh, 20% though? Oh, I got it! Ooh, a composite longbow. Oh, I know where that's going. Okay, first off, Halcor's getting the Ring of Regeneration. Halcor, where are you? He's my not heavily armored barbarian. And Iris is getting the composite longbow. There we go. And who could have the longbow in the background? Really? None of the fighters aren't trained? A barbarian can't use a longbow? Huh, it's a little surprising. Werewolf, the Apocalypse was published in 92? Are you talking about the White Wolf? Are you talking about the White Wolf role-playing game? Or that werewolf board game, Hidden Deception game? Because it was like Werewolf, Vampire the Masquerade, all that stuff, all those White Wolf games. Was it, or White Fox, White Wolf? Was that one of those? Because I know those have been around forever. Alright, but, so I think you guys get the idea of this was low magic age. So I'm going to save and quit. Now, I'm going to go back to game capture and see if it picks up Wartales. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's so nice of you, OBS. Thank you for joining us. So, like literally, I bought this game an hour before stream. I installed it. I launched it once just to make sure it launches. Is my camera lagging again? What the actual crap is going on with my camera lately? And where's the lag happening? I thought it was just a problem I was having with, what the hell, Elden Ring. But that game I was just playing, there's no reason it should be lagging. Okay, there's only one other thing I can think of that could be causing it. Is this better? Nope, I'm still lagging like shit. Hold on. The only other thing I can think of is I have the camera set up in multiple scenes. It's still lagging. Or is it? Maybe just OBS looks laggy to me. Alright, nice. Everything got screwed up. Is it looking laggy to you guys too? Well, because I think one thing that I think might be the problem is, okay, I have the camera set up to be in two different places at the same time, depending on where I'm using it. And I'm wondering if OBS is getting overwhelmed with like passive behind the scenes camera feeds. Because if I'm using the green screen, I want to be able to have this one on the bottom. But if for whatever reason I'm like, fuck the green screen, I don't feel like dealing with it, I'm going to use the one on top. That can just be like, move that. What is that? What? Okay. There, this guy. Although I got a green screen in there, so all you see is background there. Yeah. I'm good now. Well, I restarted it, but did it suddenly go bad, or was it slowly going bad for a while? Because that's the concern, is that, yeah, I restarted it, but I'm gonna have to restart it every 30 minutes to keep from happening. I'm thinking it's because I have multiple camera inputs. Maybe I should get rid of that. Oh, god damn it. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. I just got rid of the second camera source. See, do I have that crap anywhere else? Yep, oh, it's still all over the damn place. All right. I have some scene fixing to do later. Zoom. I actually have we got a big bag of cashews at like this discount grocery store. I don't know if if this is everywhere, but there's a chain in Oregon at least called Grocery Outlet. And they have, you ever heard of Big Lots? It's like the Big Lots version of grocery store. It's sort of like items, name brand items that came out with often it's like surplus stuff. Like they came out with a new flavor that maybe didn't hit off so well. Like they had Kraft macaroni and cheese, but there you can get Kraft Cheetos flavor macaroni and cheese. Because maybe they made a whole bunch of it and they thought, oh, everyone's going to love Cheetos flavored macaroni and cheese. And turns out the concept didn't appeal to a lot of people. So they had more than they needed. So it ends up at this place. Well, they have like a whole wall of all these nuts and they've got cheap cashews. And so I bought some. But as I started eating through them, mostly I got them for damn Chauncey because she gets crazy whenever I eat, but she usually can be appeased with cashews. But these cashews have all this like black shit in them that I looked it up and it said it's probably like it could have been worms in the trees or some bullshit. And I'm like, I don't want to eat those. You've had it. Wait, what did you try that was disgusting? Cashews? Oh, the mac and cheese. You know what it was? It wasn't just Cheetos mac and cheese. It was like jalapeno, the jalapeno spicy Cheeto mac and cheese. I think that's what it was. Something weird where it's like, okay, but we got it like really cheap. And I think we bought just one box because I was just curious. And I'm a mac and cheese. I like mac and cheese. I don't always like Kraft mac and cheese. Usually I consider what I call the Cadillac of mac and cheese is the Stouffer's frozen mac and cheese. That's about as good as it gets. That's the good stuff right there. But once in a while, like we'll have Kraft mac and cheese, just something that's kicking around in the pantry that we'll have on hand in case I really want some mac and cheese. And truth be told, the Cheetos mac and cheese I didn't think was that bad. I wouldn't seek it out on purpose. Let's see. No, mac and cheese regular. I'm not buying anything till I get that Chester Cheeto logo on there. The regular flavor was decent. Maybe I had the regular too. I want to say it was one of the, I don't think it was Flamin' Hot. I think it was jalapeno. But I eat my mac and cheese with hot sauce half the time anyway, so it kind of worked. It's not bad, but I can see where someone looking at the package would be like, Yeah, I don't know if when I think of Kraft mac and cheese, I don't know if this is the flavor I'm thinking about. All right. Stouffer's mac and cheese. Now, I still maintain that, like, Stouffer's macaroni and cheese is about as good as it gets. I can already see the cameras lagging behind. What the fuck, OBS? All right. Now I'm getting into this shit. Hold on. All right, now I'm going to get aggressive and gut some crap out of here. I'm going to just do it live on stream. I'm going to go into every instance of my camera. And I'm going to get rid of the one with the face cam. Because my scene setup may have too many. All right, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm broadcasting my camera at full HD, and maybe it doesn't need to be full HD. Especially since I never maximize it. Son of a bitch. I accidentally closed the camera capture. This is what my whole day has been like. At work, I was very befuddled. They had me working on a whole bunch of different things. Like, normally you just sort of work on one main thing for a day, but for me, it's like, I keep being like, hey, can you help this person with this for a couple hours? Hey, can you help this person with that for a couple hours? All right. So, behave. There we go. Maybe now that I've trimmed the fat, it's not going to do that anymore. So, and it got to a point today where it was like, they had me helping someone with something yesterday at the end of the day. And then today, a supervisor's like, hey, can you help so-and-so with such and such? And it was that same person. And it was something that I'd worked before, but it wasn't the same thing that I worked with that person the day before. And so I got my signals crossed. And then when I went later then they had me do like 3 other things. And then at the end of the day, I had about an hour left, and finally I got in touch with that person, and I was like, hey, they said when I finished my other stuff, like, I should give you a hand on what you're working on. And then I was like completely confused about I was like, I guess I'll start working on this. And they're like, what are you talking about? I was like, well, wait, what they ask me to do? All day long has been like that. Wait, what do they want me to do? What are they asking me to do? Which project am I working on right now? How do I build this? That's a big question. How do I build this? Is there a project code? What's the project code? You guys don't know what any of that shit is. That's like the internal jargon for my job, but it's like, it just gets too much. I have a billing sheet that's supposed to break down whatever I'm doing, and I know other people's, it's like, project escalations break, project escalations lunch, project escalations meeting, project escalations end of day. And me, it's like, well, from 9 to 9:10, I'm dealing with trustee checks. from 9:10 to 9:20, I'm helping someone's consulting me about how to do a thing. From 9:20 to 9:35, I'm looking over this thing and generating this report. From 9:35 to 9:45, blah blah blah. And it's like my billing sheet by the end of the day looks like fucking World War II happened on it. It's just scatter. Everything's all over. Everything's just all told, and then we have to bill that time too. So I probably bill at least 40 minutes a day just to billing. And I'm like, hey, if you guys ever concerned about how much you're spending on us tracking our billing, yeah, maybe you should be maybe you could be a little less, a little bit less worried about it. Us documenting every little thing we do down to the minute. But anyways, yeah. So by the end of the day, there's just like I have a lot of like detail fatigue sets in over my brain. Which is great that now I want to play some game that's going to be super detail oriented. Time for some Wartales. All right. So, like I said, I've never played this game before. I've only ever gotten to this screen. Let's turn up that global volume a little bit, shall we? Now, I'm looking at the audio meters. They seem very well contained. But if all of a sudden, despite, like when I think the audio looks crazy loud, you guys can barely hear it. Sometimes when I think it doesn't look loud, it's drowning me out. So, you know, let me know if anything funky's going on. I was befuddled and flim-flam flummoxed. Yes. Well, not all day, but pretty much. It was like the teeter-totter where it tottered at a certain point in the day, and after that point, everything became a little bit confusing to me. Like, what? Wait, what do you want me to do right now? And then the people that are assigning it to me don't have time to explain it, so they're like, I just sent you an email chain, figure it out. It's in the email chain, like, what the problem is. It's like, all right. So then I go to the email chain and I figure it out. My job's all about, I'm good at figuring shit out, but sometimes you spend all day figuring out too many different things and your wiring gets a little bit crossed. All right, so choose your destiny. Your companions are apprentice friends looking for adventure, men escorting merchants who lost their employer, deserters fleeing an abusive captain, young farmers looking for a better life, or bandits looking to escape the guard. You know what, let me see. They each has different bonuses. Starting companion, swordsman, archer, ranger, brute. I definitely want one with a ranger. Men escorting merchants. Not a ranger. I definitely want an archer, because I've heard the archer is the only one that has ranged attacks. No, I already see my camera getting screwy over there. Fuck it. Alright, you know what? Fuck you, camera. How do you like that? You gonna play like that? Maybe I need to stop using... maybe I need to stop using that middleman. Hold on, let's try this. I know I should just stop fussing with it. Just gonna use the raw camera feed instead of using the middleman. But then you got all that shit in the background. Hold on, now I got camera configure. And then pan. Oh, and then it's being stupid, not letting me zoom in any further. Well, this is dumb. This is probably why I stopped using this. Because the raw controls that come with Windows is lame. Alright, hold on. I know how to fix this. Nope, that's not how to fix it. Now I know how to fix it. There we go. Just get rid of that corner that was looking bad. There we go. Now everything's perfect. Now that we're not using the middleman, hopefully this'll stop doing that shit. And if it does keep doing this shit, I'm cutting you off, camera. I'm cutting your shit off. Don't worry. I'm sorry, Brad. But the idea of me talking completely out of sync, which looks like it may be... No, we're good. The idea of me talking completely out of sync bothers me. All right, let's get back into this. You say don't worry about the camera, but let's see how that... Look, I got 7 concurrent viewers. So apparently this is what the public likes. They like seeing me fuss about... This is more than when I actually play games. So the public has spoken. They love seeing me fuss about my camera. So apprentice friends looking for adventure. Influence plus 30, companion experience negative 30. But you do get an archer. They hate it. Well, how do you know, Brad? Did you take a poll? Nick, what do you think? Do you like it when I fuss about my camera? He's probably playing Dead by Daylight right now. They also hate watching me play games. So, well, maybe they hate watching me fuss about my camera a little less than when I play games. Maybe. Let's see. Deserters fleeing an abusive captain. Extra experience, but plus suspicion. Young farmers looking for a different life. A better life. You have extra bread, but less money. Brute, spearman, archer. Now I think I'm going to do apprentice friends looking for adventure. That sounds nice. Best thing ever. Nick loves it. How's the camera doing? Still doing good. So, right now everybody wins. I'm not messing with the camera, but I'm also still a little apprehensive about it. Just could be foreshadowing of more of the stuff that Nick likes. Yeah, see, your companions are used to long walks. Reduces the speed at which their fatigue stacks. They're cutting fighters. Experience gain in combat increased by 10%. Show incredible resilience. Constitution increased by 10%. Are excellent at slap games. Critical damage increased by 10%. Are quick learners. Experience gain for professions increased by 10%. Combat experience. I'm going to do Constitution. That seems to be resilience. We'll be apprentices that have like a little extra survivability, you know? That's right. Nick is as harsh in judging movies as you are at judging the games that I play, Brad. If my companions had a flaw, it would be a somewhat meek appearance. Oh, if they're... Okay, they look meek, meaning they actually are meek, and carrying capacity is decreased. I don't like that. Eternal dissatisfaction? Reduces their happiness by 1? I don't like that. That doesn't sound like a bunch of people I want to spend all day with. An uncommon bout of bad luck? Critical hits reduced by 3? I don't like any of these. A very hard time getting up. Danger during rest increased by 10%. I could see this being like for roleplay for serious lack of self-con. I like a hard time getting up. Here we go. Like, leave me the fuck alone. I don't want to go on an adventure yet. I want to sleep some more. Starting region. That's it. Difficulty. We're just gonna do normal. Normal. Save mode. I like free, but we'll see what normal. I don't know what normal is. Exploration. Free roam. Enemies will adapt to your strength as increases. Ensuring a difficulty level. Region lock. Okay, so this was, and this is something I read about in the reviews. This is, what's that called? Like the Skyrim and those games do, where the world levels with you to make sure that wherever you go, it's always an appropriate level. And, or you can choose to have a region locked where different areas, things are just harder than other areas. And if you're not ready for it, don't go there yet. But you can be more powerful than the things that are in certain areas and kick their asses. And I like that. And also knowing, like, if I wander in the wrong place, I could be fucked. So we're going to do that. You eagerly await me playing a good game for the first time since baseball? Has it really been since baseball that I've played a game that you've actually liked, Brad? I played a lot of games since then. Not a single one. I would think that even a broken clock's wrong twice a day, Brad. None of them were any good? All right. Oh, wait. Do I get to name them or anything? Oh, we can name people. Appearance. All right, hold on. Should I do a whole thing? Well, let's see who's here. I'm like, do I even need to roll the dice? Who wants to be the ranger? First person says ranger gets to be the not ranger, archer, or ranger, whatever. Who wants to be the archer though? You say archer. Does anyone want to be the archer? Should I customize them to be you guys? I have the wheel, but that's so much of a production. I did go back to Riften once. Okay, you like you like Zomboid and Elden Ring. I couldn't remember if you were a fan or a not fan of Elden Ring. Ranger or swordsman? You have a preference between those two, Nick? Here, I'll make... Here, I'll make you the ranger. I'm not even exactly sure what a ranger does. Ambush? Wait, is this gonna be like the rangers from XCOM? Let's see, Nick C. Oh, you want to be Archer? All right, well, I'll make you Archer then. Then we'll just have to... There's going to be a whole group full of Nick C's. Will they even let me do it? Yeah, they will. Here, we'll make this Brad. Brad Pritchard. Let's see. How custom can we get here? Yeah, some of these hairs, can I spin them at all? I guess I can't turn him. All right. I forget, Nick, you've got sort of like a full beard, but it's not a thick... You got a full face beard, but it's not a thick beard. Here, we'll just give him... We'll give him this. This will be Nick. And then this will be Brad. They're gonna end up looking kind of the same, but no facial hair for Brad. Maybe I give you the like the partial beard, because it's either like there's no scruffy beard here. So like this thing. It's the biggest thing that's not a full beard that, yeah. And let's see. We'll make Dark Jake. I don't even know Dark Jake's still here. He can be the brute. Dark Jake the 13th. You want a huge mustache? We could do that. Let's see. Dark Jake's got dark hair. But he's got short hair. I guess that's the closest we're gonna get. Oh, there's different faces too. Alright. Let's see. Who look? Actually, this guy even kind of looks like you already, Brad. Yep. I kind of like that guy. He looks like he's been staying up too late playing video games. I'll kill you first anyways. Oh wait, no, this was going to be... I think he's got a little something going on like down there. Wait, didn't I save it? Dark Jake. The 13th. Very important. This keeps not saving the name. Brad Pritchard. Let's see. Well, there you are, Joss. Let's see. That will give you some, like... No facial hair. I gotta remember to give Brad a big, let's see. What do I think? There. I'm not sure if any of these faces really resemble any of you guys. Let's see. But that's like a young looking face. Let me see if we get a darker skin tone. They're not giving me a lot of skin tone to work with. There. We'll just make you like this. Oh, I need to change your name too. Joss Sadai. The Brave Warrior. Can I rename the pony? Pony. I think Madros is still lurking. He hasn't chimed in. Neither is Dark Jake. There you go. So, just for being a lurker and not chiming up, you get to be the pony. Dark Jake chimed up just slightly more recently, so he got to be a person. Very Brave looks sword and board. Well, Dark Jake's got a board too. Alright, so wait, let's actually see what these characters are. Starting weapon. Run. Utility. Oh, I'm just gonna have whatever they had. Skills. We're just gonna leave the skills whatever they are. So he's got pound and first aid. Dark Jake the Brute does first aid. Okay. I've heard having more than one person do first aid is good. So a ranger that can do first aid, that's nice. But Brad, I already made everybody who they're gonna be. You said you didn't care. The 2 shield assholes blocking everything. Oh, and look, Joss can taunt people. Alright. Now, I think in this game, there's no magic. So, that's the only thing I kind of wish there would have been. But it's a little more, it's a fantasy world, but it's a little more like, I don't know if there's some magic like Game of Thrones where there's some out there, but it's just not. Well, I'm glad you don't care, Brad. Alright, we're going to begin our adventure. Then I heard there's no tutorial either. They're just like, alright, you're playing now. At the beginning, your companions are off in search of adventure. After a few days of quietly traveling along, their only fear was not getting lost, and they have reached their destination. No, their only feat was not getting lost. Now that makes more sense. Here surely awaits some novel and exciting quest that will stir up the uneventful lives of bored apprentices. Adventure awaits at the end of the road for those who make it there alive, that is. Alright, so zoom is not. There's a little bit of tilt action going on. Okay. Those guys over there look mean. Oh, so I hit inventory and we're at camp. Oh no, I didn't even have things set up. So I just hit C. I hope we didn't just waste food. That's kind of cool. When you hit camp, they actually set up a camp. The workshop. Let's see. So this, they could do crafting here. There's the campfire. You can use to pay and feed your troops. Meal. Wages, not yet. Danger level 90%. When dangers abound, an attack can occur while you rest. Okay, so apparently this is not a good time to rest, but I don't think we need to rest. And let's see. Move. Oh, I can move the horse around like this. Ah, hey guys. Hey, horse wants to be part of the campfire. Oh, hold no, horse. Fuck you, horse. Stay back. You can't be in the campfire. This is quite a little drama. Medros the pony is being excluded again. Let's see. Then inspect. Alright, here we go. He has an old club, some rags, angler's rags, and a barrel lid for a shield. Strength, dexterity. Dark Jake's got a lot of constitution. Nick. Constitution. Oh yeah, we all got extra constitution because of our backgrounds, huh? Put it just outside the camp. I think the reason they want it designated is because if you actually hit the rest button, you get attacked. That's gonna be where everybody is if a fight happens. Let's see. Need to get my pad thing out though too. Razor, Synapse, Wartales. Function I. Here, let's make it so I'm not accidentally camping every few seconds. Do I have a controls here anywhere? No, I guess we'll figure it out. Ooh, what's that? All right, guys, go check that out. Oh, this is happening in real time. I thought it was like it would. Whoops. Okay. Power and might. Titles. You haven't started this path yet. There's a lot of buttons. I don't know what they do. All right. Well, these guys over here are looking unsavory. They have a skull over their heads. Oh, they're coming for me. A hoodlum and a poacher. Let's feed the horses to potentially friendly wolves. Well, are you going to kill the horses, or are you going to find some incidentally dead horses or to feed them? Not a fan of horses. It's a little bit of Mountain Blade. I think to begin with, it may resemble Mountain Blade. However, if you play Mountain Blade a lot, you get to where you're actually like you're leading armies and you're sieging castles and shit like that. And I don't think this one ever gets to that scale. I think this one, I don't know how many people you get, but I'm gonna guess like 6 to 10 people in a little war band. It is it's like a band of mercs. It's more, and that's where like the scale of Battle Brothers. So the reason you don't want to get too big is you have to feed and clothe everybody. But I don't think it's going to get ever to the point where you've got 120 people and you're ravaging across the countryside. It's a sacrifice you're willing to make. As long as you don't mind the fact that the horse is carrying all your valuables and shit. See, is the horse going to be in combat? Oh, there is some stuff here. So when your turn comes, play any unit you haven't used yet. Okay, so that's one thing. I know a little bit about this game, and it has a combat order, but for each turn, when it's your character's combat turn, you can choose any of your characters to act. It's not like per character. So for the first 2 turns are my characters. I can make them be any of my 2 characters taking those turns. You can find out which enemy will come into play. And so then they have specific enemies. Okay. So we're going to have 2 turns, and then this dude up here is going to fight. And then 2 turns, and then that dude up there is going to fight. And I think they're okay, WASD. That still works. Zoom. They've got an archer. And I think, yeah, when combat starts, you can place people within certain areas. You like Under Armour? I didn't buy it because it had Under Armour. I bought it because it was the first quality looking hat that came up when I looked for hats for abnormally large heads, which, as we've discussed before, I have. And I have a long history of not being able to find a hat that doesn't not fit correctly. How you doing, Cal? Well, I wouldn't argue that it's whether or not I wouldn't argue that it's not quality. I just honestly I don't know that much about Under Armour. Is it an underwear brand? Do they make Kevlar vests? I don't know what they are. All I know is it's an Under Armour hat. I don't think I've bothered to look up what they make or whether I own anything else of theirs. But I can tell you that this is a very nice, high quality hat that's got a nice elastic thing going on. It doesn't have like the buttons on the back. And if you have an abnormally large head, the large version of this hat works very nicely. I'll show you my hair. I need a haircut real bad right now. I guess you can't really tell because it's been flattened by the hat. I may try to get a haircut this weekend, but it's just a mess right now. It's those underwears. Your work boots are Under Armour. See, everyday shoes are Under Armour. So you're literally an Under Armour fan. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of the brand before, but I don't know anything about it. But hey, it's good to know that it's actually a brand that, like, wow, if Cowdizzle uses it, all these different things, it must that speaks very highly of it. I feel like I've stumbled across something good. All right. So I think we're going to start with can he not hit this guy over here with his bow and arrow? All right, so maybe I need to move him up. Well, maybe I need to put him right here. No? Move. Oh, that was good. All right, and let's see. Can you get... Maybe I should have made Joss. Yeah, Joss can get up there. Oh, I need to finish Nick's turn. Run. No, we don't need Nick to do anything else. I'm a little disappointed. He's got a longbow, but he can only shoot arrows like 15 feet. Yeah, I just got it today. It's an indie game. But it looks like the kind of game I'd really like. And I had my eye on it for a while. Now, it's a $34 game, $35 game. And that's why I haven't bought it, because it's never really gone on sale. And I got it for like 29 bucks. But I just been eyeing it for too long, and today I just was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna get it. So let's see, we'll move Joss up. Can I do like a charge? No. I'm gonna move Joss up to here. Is there like a... Zone of control. Engage. When you perform a melee attack on a free enemy, you engage them. An engaged unit can only attack their engaged opponent and has a higher chance of taking critical damage. Take advantage of this with your other units. An engaged unit is exposing their back. An attack from behind gets a bonus. Oh, hey, Evie, 23 out. If you'd spoken earlier, Evie, you could have been the pony. Instead, I gave it to Madros. Madros is the pony. But that's okay. If you got some heavy cleaning and you're taking care of some business, that's cool. I'm glad you're lurking me while you do it. I'm happy to know you're there, Evie. All right, now with some sports talk. Well, I'll let that proceed. Just making sure. Oh, this guy's still up. Uh-oh. Is he the one that gets to act now? Disengage. Taunt. Forces the enemy to engage and inflicts weakening. Can I still do that to this guy? All right. And I think that's the end of Joss's turn. This guy's going to get an attack now. I got poisoned. Oh, no. Oh, that was his armor. But what does it mean that he's poisoned? Wait, can I make them go again? No. Okay, I was like, wait, are they gonna let me just... Can you have the same person do all of the party's attacks? Alright, so we're gonna have Dark Jake slip in behind him with that club. Just give him a nice whack. And I think that's all we're... Can we have him step out of the side? And now it's time for Brad to come in. Can we get Brad and do like an authentic backstab? Stab. Galvanization. Okay, and I'm scrolling around, I'm seeing, yeah, the frame rate's a little jaggy. I've seen some complaints of that the game's not super well optimized. Not that it needs to be. It's not like playing Elden Ring, where frames are cutting out that are messing up your ability to attack. Alright, so let's see. That's the end of Brad's turn. Uh-oh. Youch! All right, so how... All right, Nick's going for the shot. After what we did to Nick in XCOM, this game we're making Nick the only ranged character. His armor's gone. What are they doing over there? Oh, does that mean they're engaged? All right. Now Brad can go in with the backstab. I don't know if he actually performs a backstab, but I like to imagine that he does. Poacher. Oh, I can get all sorts of information about him. Okay. Can I do that with everyone? Can I see what poisoning means? Wait, who's poisoned? Joss is poisoned. Loses 5% of their maximum health at the end of their turn. Stackable. Currently 5%. Does it wear off? What I'd like to know is, like, is he going to die if we don't cure it? All right. And is there... All right. Brad. Brad is the murder monster. A damaged dagger. Worth 29 gold? Okay. Human remains. Probably useful. Then again, ... Since food is a concern, I'll bet that's what they mean. I think I'm going to skip the food. I think I'm going to skip that, though. What? How do I... Oh, there we go. Here, let's just skip the human body. Repair damaged armor and shields with raw materials. How many raw materials do I have? Valor potion. I can't tell how many, but I'm just going to do that. Repair armor for raw materials. Yes! I'm going to have to figure out where my raw material inventory is. Oh, I have 13. Okay. The battery is fixed and no longer says the battery might misbehave. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's right. Last week, you didn't have your laptop. So have you been using it? Has it been behaving itself? All right. Oh, whoops. I keep hitting W to try to move the map, and it brings up this power and might thing. I'm going to have to play with this and see what all the keys do. Is there a, let's see, a quest log? What else do you have? A map? Oh, good, a map. Okay. Good. What else gets used? N, B, V, X, Z, G, compendium. Okay. T. Oh, time is passing. Whoops. Not even paying attention to that. Did my guys get sleepy? It's 9 o'clock. All right. I'm going to take... Maybe I should make them go to sleep. How can I tell if they're hungry or not? You must feed your companions before each rest. Make sure you have enough food. At 48, they need 16. Okay, it's the bread is making up most of that. Okay. I don't need to pay any wages yet. All right, danger. Maybe because we killed those bandits, the danger is down. Today's your first day using it. You visited your parents and brother this Monday night after work through Thursday because they were off for spring break. Okay. All right, so you've been occupied until now. Cool. That sounds nice. You've gained 2 valor points. Troop is well rested. Your troop's happiness increased by 4 because 4 companions were assigned to the campfire. I wonder if Madros the pony is sad because he had to stand away. Your troop's happiness is 9. Your companions are pleased. You've gained the following bonus. Maximum valor points increased by 1. Small, okay. All right, because they gain professions. Who should be the... Is there a tinkerer? Must be tinkerer novice. But there's inventory I, camp C, compendium G, world map M, and paths Z. And then menu. Workshop. I think this is crafting. Knowledge. And I think this is where you open up different professions as you come across stuff in the world. All right. Let's get out of camp. You visit them because your birthday's coming up in 10 days. Uh-oh. You know what that means? You got to remind me, but I'm going to have a little birthday song for you next week. I guess, as always, you can decide if you want it before or after. Oh, I keep trying to move the map. I can't move the map at all. Oh, you celebrate your birthday early. You had cheesecake and got you presents. Cool. All right. So that's when you were visiting them. You celebrated your birthday. Look, I see Nick's out in the front. Stop it. Okay, what's this? Can I go to that house? Plateau Stables. It's a very pretty world. I like it. Let's go to Plateau Stables. I'm guessing I can buy horses here. Can I talk to the pony? Adopt. 180 gold. How much do we have? 112. Inspect. Pony level 1. We may be able to get a pony and name it. Well, does that mean? I just feel bad we don't have anyone to name him Evie. I don't know if Evie would want to be named after, have a pony named Evie. Are they all the same? 15, 8, 8, 15, 10, 8, 15, 7. No, this one has more willpower than the other ones. Are they all the same price? 180. They're all 180. Why is this one? I wonder if it's different things. 8, 8, 15, 10, 11, 7, carrying capacity. 7. Oh, there's willpower 15. This one has willpower 7. Is this one cheaper because it's got less willpower? Or is it maybe for a pony you don't want it to have willpower? Does that mean it's going to defy you? Willpower. Morale in combat. No. All right. Is it cheaper though? No, it's the same price. So which one do you get? The one with the willpower or not? You don't mind being named as a pony? All right, let's talk to this guy. Oh, he's got a little barrel back there. What's in there? Oh, I can steal shit. What? I don't know. Who's this? Taurus? Even though war in Edoran has become a boon for my business, or has been a boon for my business, I cannot help but feel for my poor horses. I can tell you aren't soldiers. Take them with you if you can. Otherwise, they would most likely end up dead on the battlefield through no fault of their own. Are they going to give them to me? I'll take them. I can take them if you don't make me pay for them. Adopt. Nope, I still have to pay. Let's see. You can inspect everyone. Let's see, even Taurus. Taurus has a willpower of 10. Her horses have stronger willpower. When you were a little girl in Poland, you had a pony? And it was the Pride of Krakow. Oh, Brad, that sounds like a delightful story. When I think of how many people don't shoe their horses, it makes me want to pull a little out the little hair I have left. Wait, do I have... There's horseshoes. Dude, hold on. Is my horse? How can I tell if my horse has horseshoes? Rush? Equipment? Oh no. Recently forged by a farrier. Troop bonus. Movement speed in the world increased by 5%. Alright, I just bought a horseshoe. Madros? We put it on your feet. Hey, look at that. Madros is a fancy man. Fancy pants with his horseshoe. Alright. Well, let's just hope it's worthwhile later, because we just gave half of our gold for that horseshoe. And, yeah. When the time comes time to pay wages, we'll see how we're feeling about it then. Alright, let's get out of here. How do I get out? Oh, here. Tell you what, buy a horse from us, and I'll throw in the horseshoes for free. Well, if I already had a horse that needed horseshoes, so I wonder if the horses get older and grow up to be actual... ponies grow up to be actual horses. Are ponies just young horses, or are they a whole breed of just small... Now I can't remember. If that's just a smaller bred animal, like it's a small version of a horse, or if they're just horses that haven't grown up yet. Now I wanted to say the ponies are they're grown up already. Does that mean they're never gonna get big? Shows how much I know about horses. I should know these things as a dungeon master. Alright. So what do we got? We're in the middle of this map. I have no idea how big it is or what's there. We're in Tiltron County. 27 locations. I wish I could ask this dude for, like, directions or something. Alright, we're just gonna maybe just follow the road. Let's go walk out to the road. What's this? A pony is a small horse measuring under 4 feet tall. And so it's not just a young pony that it's not just a young horse that hasn't grown up though, right? It's like, that's its size. And it's like, though they grow up to be that tall, and that's how tall they are, period. Not just, oh, well, this horse is only 4 months old, so it's a pony right now. It's a baby little horse. Let's see, I found some cloth. All right, I'll take that. Uh-oh, who are these guys? They look like they might be nice. I'm just gonna wait here and see what happens when they approach us. Looks like they're the constables or something. I guess I can't interact with them. All right, well. Hey, there's a town. It's Stromcap. A pony is not a young horse. All right, well, see, now I'm 48 years old and I'm learning something new. So, who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Although the reality is I probably have forgotten about this, and I'll probably be having the same conversation with someone 5 years from now. Wait, you mean the pony is not going to grow up to be a horse? What do you mean it already is a horse? It's a pony. What? Uh, can I go into town? Is time still? Yeah, time is still passing. There's an inn, an apothecary, at Hare's Market, Town Hall, the Forge. Let's go to the inn. Can we sleep here? Let's see what we got. Informant. Psst, you. Yeah, you. You're looking for work? In fact, yeah, I think we are. I can give you tips and point you towards the best mission. Best missions. The kind that pays much better than the measly rewards the Mercenary Guild has to offer. And then he's got these. Oh, I have to pay for these? I have to pay for these with, what's this currency? Influence. All right, I don't have enough influence. I'm not going to steal them. Of course, you'll then have to meet the client and meddle in other people's affairs, but at the end of the day, it's the number of crowns in your purse that counts, right? It's called Wartales. It's an indie game that's in early access that it came on my radar a few months ago, and I've had it on my wish list for a while. And it's never dropped in price. It's $35. I'm probably thinking, there's some part of me thinks like, if they just did it $29.99, that would be a reasonable price. But because it's an indie game that's incomplete and a little rough around the edges, they shouldn't be charging $35 for it. But I found a sale for $29, so I bought it today. And also just because I had an itch to play a game like this. I've been playing Elden Ring for like the last month, and that's real-time action, combat-y, dodgy, stabby, and I've been having fun with it, but like, it's stressful for me to play games like that a lot. And when I'm finding stuff, I'm getting real like, whatever. I could feel like I'm getting all into it, which is, I mean, that's a sign of a good game if you're like, you have heart-pounding, suspenseful moments. But for me, it's like, I don't want to be feeling like that most of the time. I got like blood pressure medicine and shit. So after doing that for a month, I was just like, I just want to play a turn-based game, some nice turn-based game. But all the best ones that I have are very story-rich, like Baldur's Gate type games. Like Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is what I'm playing. But there's so much story and dialogue and stuff going on in that. It's like, I don't want to, I just want to go. I don't want to worry. Just give me some missions. I'm going to go. And this is turn-based combat. So when you fight, it's like, it's not like, oh, I got to dodge and go to the left and do, it's like, no, it's like XCOM a little bit. Like you just like, okay, now it's my turn and I'm going to move my guy here and he's going to do this. And then you push and turn and then the next thing happens. Let's see who are all these people. Trinham? Oh, this is someone that I can recruit. Let's see. And it would cost me... I have 49 influence. It would cost me 30 influence and 60 gold, which would leave me with 2 gold left. Probably not a good thing. But he's someone that I could have join us. I'm going to guess all these named people are probably people we can hire. They'll pay well. That's a warrior. Big ass. It's a big ass two-handed axe. Well, Zomboid is not... I mean, it can be chill, but it can also be extremely stressful. And it does require a lot of thinking and planning because you're constantly doing inventory management, trying to figure out what you're getting. And not that that's bad. I honestly did almost consider coming back to Project Zomboid. That was something that I was like, hey, maybe I'll... Because I could have enjoyed Project Zomboid again right now. Like, I felt like I could go there. So... But I had more of an itch to play something like this. Like, I have all these very particular, like, oh, I want to play like Wrath of the Righteous, except without the story, please. And then they're like, here's this game. It's just like, hey, I'm that. Why don't you get me right now? It's like, yeah, but you're not on sale the way that I like. It's like, well, if you want to play a game that you're craving, you got to choose this one. Well, Elden Ring is very demanding. Like you're dodging, fight. It's high skill, high like stress moving, dodging, dying a lot. Um, and I've been playing it for a month, but normally I don't play games that are really demanding like that. Hold on, I just noticed something. Here, get that sorted right out. You can see the corners of my green screen. All right, now we're good. Now it's not happening anymore. So the thing is, I like Elden Ring still, and the world is really cool, but it's all about hard fights. It's all about challenging hard fights. And the further you go, it's like about finding harder, more challenging fights. And there was a part of me that, while I still was sort of enjoying the world exploration, was just kind of done with like, do I want to log in and play Elden Ring and have a bunch of hard and challenging fights? It's like, I don't want to have a bunch of hard and challenging fights. Not that, like, this game's combat's supposed to be challenging, but not in that visceral, real time, dodging this, oh crap, like the skill where you're missing, and then, Elden Ring, I was always wrestling with the performance, or the frame rates jaggy, and yeah. So I was having a lot of fun with it, but I just needed something that was a little more, like, chess can be challenging, but normally you're not going to be all like white knuckling a controller playing chess. So, okay, well, you didn't see a lot of high skill, but what you maybe or maybe did not pick up on was I was exerting a high amount of effort to accomplish the things that I was accomplishing. So maybe I should revise my statement in saying it wasn't that I was employing a high level of skill. It was that I was employing a high level of effort to try to kill the things that I was fighting. And yeah. I wonder if it's the same people. So that guy was a warrior with an axe. Now I'm going to look at this guy again. Inspect. Here's a spearman with a pitchfork. What's his skill? Wrath. Damage to the target. 6 damage to the target if they have less than 50% health. Okay. Well, I was killing non-hostile wildlife too, but Brad, I don't know if you noticed from one week to the next, I moved on to killing some other stuff too. That stuff that was trying to kill me back just as hard as I was trying to kill it, and in many cases better at it than I was. All right, I can skip straight to inspect. So that was the, okay. So that was the spearman, warrior, and I'll be curious if I come back later if it's the same people for hire. Emissary Grimroll. What is that? Grimrod? It didn't suit your argument, so you ignored it. Okay, fair enough. Might you be looking for work? Our role as emissaries to ensure that all service requests are fulfilled. We regularly update our job offers. Easy. Reward 130. A group of drunkards have decided to square off with the refugees. Now, one thing I'm not sure of is, do I actually need rest in this game? Or is resting what you do to heal up? Or is resting what you need to keep morale up? Wait, a companion wants to leave my group? What? 7:15. No, I don't know. I think... Any gain above 15 grants you 5 reputation per happiness. Does each person have their own happiness level? Aptitude points. Traits, cooperative. Hey, Nick, you're cooperative. I can't tell how happy Nick is or is not. Wages. I just have an overall... Oh, if it goes down to -5, a companion will want to leave. Huh. Say, it's not often you see new faces around here. Well, apart from the Adoranian? Adoranian War refugees, that is. Adoranian. Feel free to come back often. There's always folks looking for work around here, especially since all the fighting started across the border. Okay, now I can rest. It requires 39 gold. Okay, rest and recover. Oh, valor points. Use your valor points in combat to use certain skills. Okay, so there is an incentive to rest. But I don't think it's just that once every 24 hours, your people start getting fatigued. All right, well, let's talk to this person again. And look at these jobs, because there's one job that says it's hard, or that's easy. Grumper truckers is try to square off with refugees. They must be stopped. And I can take up to 3 of these. I'm going to start with, I don't know how hard average is. I'm going to start with an easy one. Oh, that's nearby. It's like kind of near where I was. All right, maybe in the name of science, I should see what the average one looks like. The gang must have inconvenienced and wrong. Oh, what just happened? Hope time's not passing while I'm not looking. I think it just got added to my thing. Okay. The gang must have inconvenienced the wrong person, and now someone is willing to pay to get rid of them. What else? This is another gang. These bandits have despoiled the merchant one too many times. They're both offering 145. I'm going to take one of them. And then, or what the heck? I'll take all 3 of them. Oh, that one's far away. Okay, that's good. But I could take three contracts, and I've accepted 3. So we'll see what happens. We'll start heading in that direction. Can I sleep in the middle of town? I guess so. I hope whoever owns this yard doesn't come chase us away. Let's see. Oh yeah, I need to give food, huh? All right. All right. I'm going to need to save up some money so I can start buying food. I think you can learn to cook and hunt and all that stuff too to get food. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't even gain all my valor points back. Troop is well rested. Happiness increased by 4. All right, good deal. Companions are pleased. Everyone's happy. Yeah, Nick, I appreciate it. It's like in real life, you're very cooperative, and I appreciate that, Nick. One of the things I appreciate about you. Speaking of cooperative, I thought of this. This is a side, but I wanted to bring this up for our game. Actually, I probably should I wait till the actual game? You remember when Nick was cooking, and Brad, you're like, "Can I use that pre-designation whatever that spell is to make the horse meat taste terrible?" So he thinks he's a bad cook. I remembered some advice because I've watched over the past couple of years. I've watched tons of like videos about D&D because I just find them interesting now, and like the ways that different dungeon masters deal with different things. And one dungeon master brought up what they do when, and I'm trying to think, maybe you even brought this up too, but I know I saw it in the video. Nick, you might have, I don't know if you brought this up too, but when there's a situation where like a PvP-ish, it doesn't have to be combat, but it's one person wanting to do something adversarial to another person. And like, I didn't want that starts creeping up. So like Brad, when you said, can I do that? And I was just like, no, but like, no, he'd see you or whatever. But realistically, yeah, in real life, you probably could have gone behind a horse and been like, done your gestures and be like, and his thing would taste terrible. But the idea that I remembered that someone brought up is that you can let them do that, but you make it become collaborative storytelling, so that the person that you want to do it to gets to tell you what happens when you try to do it. So, like if Nick was game, he could have said, you know, whatever. It's like you try to do this thing, and then Nick gets to decide if his character sees you or not, or if he catches you, or if he just rolls along like he didn't notice, and then what happens once the meat tastes terrible. But I thought that was what it came up in specifically is if one person said, "Oh, I'm just gonna punch the other person," and then the DM would tell the other person, "It's like, all right, the person is going to try to punch you. Why don't you tell me what happens when he tries to punch you, if it's successful or not, and what you do in response?" And then there could be like a little back and forth, but it just becomes storytelling at that point, not someone rolling a die to see if they can screw the other person. Unless that's what if someone's like, I want to punch the other person, and the other person's like, let's just treat it like a combat. Go ahead. And then I would be like, okay, let's rules engage. On the podcast you listen to, he makes the characters roll against each other, then describe what happens. So, well, that's what I was seeing though is that I thought was a good idea is that you remove a layer where you say you're going to do one thing, another person says they're going to do another before you whip out the rules. So let's say a guy's got the highest dexterity this west of the Sword Mountains or whatever, and someone else in the group doesn't. And then that person can be like, well, every time I'm going to do this thing, I have super high dexterity, or I have a super high charisma. And for them, charisma was a dump stat that they didn't put anything into. So now I found this thing that if I want to take advantage of this person, my character can do it. Or is it just a flat out not unmodified roll? Like each of you roll a 20, and whoever rolls higher gets to decide what happened. I know there are whole role-playing games that are like based on mechanics like that are more about the role play. But I wanted to bring that up because I was remembering that instance, and I was remembering hearing other dungeon masters talking about saying like, yeah, if someone wants to do something adversarial to another person, rather than just making it like a quasi-combat encounter where an unsuspecting companion is being taken advantage of, let it be a cooperative storytelling where it's like, all right, you can do that, but then Nick gets to decide whether it works or not and what happens. Then at that point you can go, never mind, or you could be like, all right, let's see what Nick does with this. But in that way, it's an agreed upon cooperative storytelling rather than, you know. But if everyone agreed, yeah, let's just roll dice against each other, and whoever rolls higher, that could be what we do. But I just thought of that, and I was like, oh, I want to bring that up and see if we want to do something like that if it comes up again, because I don't want a situation where anyone's flat out like doing things that the other person doesn't want to happen to them. Because like, oh, like Brad thinks it'd be funny if I did this, but maybe Nick's like, I don't think that's so funny if you did that to my horse meat. And I don't know if I want those scenarios rising, you know? What? Is it still down? Is it still down? All I know is by the time I looked, there was no problem with the stream. All right. Oh, it's just on your end. Okay. Well, it's been a long time since I've had crashy problems with YouTube itself. I've had OBS seize up a few times over the past couple years, but early on in my streaming career, connectivity issues were more of an issue, and it's pretty rare at this point. Part of it might be that since I moved here, where we have fiber optic internet. Okay. Maybe it depends on what the opposition is about. If it's for meme or lulz, then you're less inclined to take part in it. Okay. Well, that's also like I said, if Brad thought something was funny to do to your character and you didn't, I wouldn't want to just be like, sure, you can go behind the horses and ruin the meal that Nick's character's cooking. And so not so much even that you need to take part in it is that would then give me the opportunity to say, Nick, what happens? And you just say, I lock eyes. I can see him the whole time. And so if he's going to try and do it, whatever. But I see that as a better alternative to that situation where, like, say Brad wants to do that and Nick is like, I wouldn't want that to happen. And then we can just, I don't know. I prefer something like that to Brad doing it and then Nick just being, like, as a player, pissed off that Brad just did that. That's the kind of scenario I would want to avoid, and I would want to try to introduce, like, sort of RP rules that we could use to avoid that kind of situation happening. So that if anyone's going to do anything silly against another person, that other person's got to be on board with that happening, or it's not, or it's not going to happen, basically. All right. So we're 7 o'clock in the morning. We can't afford to do anything. What do we have here? The market? I just want to see what's in Town Hall. Let's see. Lady Mayoress Gontronde. Are you mercenaries? I'll have you know that we do not take kindly to refugees. Oh, she's a peach. Why, you ask? Because they have overrun our streets and are now taking to the roads. Eteron is sending our way anything with legs that has a mouth that cannot wield a sword. You have your work cut out for you. There's no lack of honest folk in need of help to fend off the refugee menace. All right, that's unpleasant. Exit. Is there anything I can steal from her? I don't like her. Let's see. I don't think I can buy anything. I just want to see what's at all these markets. So there's that guy and this guy. Come take a look at my wares. Okay, he's got leather, coal, wood, wool, and pottery. Trade good. Components. Okay, so he's got components. And what do we got? This guy up here. This guy's got food. Let's see. I still have 62 gold. So let's see. I have 1 day's worth of food. Food 2, food 2, food 2. That's food 4, food 2. And salt, once you start cooking, is stuff where then when you kill animals, you have to use salt for the recipes to cook them. You touch it, you buy it. Buy for 3 gold. Let's see, what do I already have? Apples? Let's just add to our apples. So if I take all the apples, it's going to be 30. And I still got 32 gold. Because I think I'd looked at a brief tips video about this, and they said in the beginning, how much food should you have with you? And someone recommended, while you still only have one pony, you can buy more ponies later. It's a good idea to have 3 food. So let's see. You need 16 per day. So 16 times 3. I don't have enough for a full other day. It's 12, 24. All right, I'm just going to buy another. Well, I guess 33. I can buy all these. There, we spent almost all of our money. But now we've got 3 days worth of food. There is hunting to supplement food in the wild, but from my understanding, from my limited understanding based on like a single tips and tricks video, because I've watched some videos about the game where there are people just being like, oh yeah, and you do this and you do that, but they're not giving you information on like what you need to know to actually play it. So I did, when I was downloading the game, I watched like a single video that was like 10 tips for beginning players. And I believe they said, yes, you can hunt animals in the wilderness, but in order to cook them, you have to have a character first that has a cooking skill to be able to do that. And you don't start the game being able to cook. So they're like, yeah, we recommend that when you start getting knowledge points, one of the first things you do is set up a character to be able to cook. So then you can gather, and then when you do cook, you need to buy salt. Like I saw, like on the example they had a beginner cook, and he only had 2 recipes. There was like bread and cooked pork. And he's like, yeah, you can buy pork in town, or if you find boars in the wilderness, you can kill the boars, and the loot rewards for boars will be pork. But you need also, to cook them, you need salt, and you need a character who has the ability to cook, to have the recipe to make the roast pork. So, but yeah, that was one of the big recommendations, was the best way to get food is by getting ingredients from the wild. Oh, was he this last dude had? Oh, he's got meats. Does he have, so he's also got salt. I'm not going to mess with that. Mutton, small chunks of wild game. I guess these are already cooked. Okay. And was that everybody who's selling here in the market? Okay. There's the apothecary and the forge. Oh, new profession, blacksmith. All right. So this unlocked the ability. Oh no, did I just make him a blacksmith? I just didn't, I think maybe I didn't. Do I make individual characters blacksmiths? Must be a blacksmith. Let's see. I think Joss would make the best blacksmith if I'm about to accidentally create a blacksmith. There's Joss. He's a novice blacksmith. All right. So let's see. Ingredients. Basic, to make Rag's armor, he needs leather. To make a shield, okay. Throwing axes, throwing knife. Now I didn't even check, like what is at the end? Could I click the campfire? Well, the only reason I thought... I'm sorry, Joss. I'm sorry I made a decision without consulting you. But I figured the person who's most reliant on metal gear would be the person who's most likely to have an interest in blacksmithing. But not all blacksmiths are warriors, so I may have jumped the gun on that. You are safe in a shop. Just somebody had to be a blacksmith if I wanted to use the forge. And clicking the forge allowed me to unlock the ability to assign someone to be a blacksmith. All right, let's see what he's selling anyway. He's selling raw materials and coal. Oh, raw materials. Okay, we need those to repair weapons. I'm basically out of money, so I can't buy anything right now. Yeah, exactly like Solid Snake. Yeah, that's right. You got it, Nick. All right, now I want to go back and see if there was like, can I cook? Is there a cooking fire? Something else I could have cooked on where it was like, oh, now you can be a cook. Who wants to be a cook? Because I didn't know it was that easy to get a profession. I thought I had to earn some points and so forth. All right, let's try the apothecary. Craft. We need an alchemist. All right, now I don't want to presume anything. Who should I make the alchemist? I made Joss a blacksmith against his consent. Nick or Brad, do either of you have a very... Now, I'm almost thinking like a ranger sounds like the sort of dude that would, to me, a ranger is the most likely to be an alchemist, because rangers are all about like the herbs and the wilderness. Picking up. After the Nazguls attack Frodo, the ranger goes out, knows exactly which little flowers to get to chew up and put in his wound to make the Nazgul blade not you know. Sorry, Joss. I guess this is a case where, due to my whims, it's now built into your character that, you know, he was born to be a blacksmith. And but now that we're having a conversation, and Brad hasn't chimed in. So, as an archer, Nick, if you really want to be, if you're passionate that your character should be an alchemist, I'll do it. Otherwise, I'll give it to Brad because you know, I feel like the alchemist and the ranger combination just seems to make sense. It's canon now. That's right. So, and that might be part of his story is he always, all he ever wanted to be was an alchemist. And his parents were like, "You fool, get your head out of the clouds. You could never be an alchemist. You're a blacksmith." And that's why he left home. He's like, "Fuck you, Dad. I don't want to be a blacksmith." But now he's out in the world, and it's like, it's the only trade that he knows. All right. Yeah, I don't know what all the professions are, truth be told. So, all right. Like, so far, oh, we have a tinkerer, too. Let's see. Learns recipes, craft enhanced camping gear at the workshop. So, alchemist. I still think alchemist feels like a ranger thing. But, oh God, no. Okay, no, that's right. They changed positions. That's just confused me. You're okay, John. You like the backstory I've created for you now, where it's built into your character, your resentment that you were not able to be an alchemist. Seething resentment for your lot in life. Yes. All right, confirm. Let's see, what could he make? He needs a vial, but then he can make a medicine. that heals a companion's injury. I think vials you have to buy, unless a tinkerer can make one. Nick, do you want to be a tinkerer? I don't know if tinkerers end up making arrows, though. But apparently we need to have one if we want to, yeah. All right, so craft, we're gonna do, let's see what the actual, if we talk to the alchemist, what they actually have to say. My concoctions can heal the most grievous injuries. Be sure to hold on to the vials after using them. Oh, that's a way to get vials. Buying and using potions. Or a vial all by itself is 10 gold, which is a lot more than we have. A cure for the plague? Shit. I don't know if it's necessary, Nick. You're going to take out your anger and resentment in the forge. But we also, when we have more money, we're going to hire more people. Because I don't think a four-party band is destined to be the complete group that we have. We're going to have more ponies and more warriors and archers and stuff. All right, let's go back to town hall and just see if maybe she's got a cooking fire. I didn't realize if I click certain things in the environment, they're like, oh. I could just be like, I screw you and your anti-refugeeing crap. I just want to come here and look at your fire and see if I can learn to cook stuff in it. All right, let's just see. Blacksmith, alchemist, tinkerer. Craft and enhance camping gear. I'm fairly certain that cook is a profession. There's all these other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 additional professions that because we have not been exposed to certain triggers in the world are just unknown to us. So it's like at a certain point you'll be like, oh, look, there's a cook. I never knew that was a thing that I could do. And then Nick could be like, I think I want to be a cook. And then Joss would be like, I think I'd like to be a cook. And then the cook would be like, fuck you, you can't be a cook. You're already an alchemist. Joss would be like, shit. Although, hold on, maybe we could change it. Oh yeah, look, Joss, did you want to be the alchemist? Your fortunes can change. Know what? I think we got to stick with the story, though. It can't be as easy as clicking. Your character bears the scars, the deep psychic wounds of wanting to be an alchemist, but not being able to. All right. We'll depart the town. So let's see. I don't think we can interact with... I'm seeing lots of looks like merchants. I'm wondering if I can trade with them. But I think what I'm going to do... If the shoe fits... What is that? Was that the name? Oh, buy a pony to be eligible for a special offer. Okay. Find a blacksmith. Where was that? And bring him here. Where? Hammer for hire? I didn't... Stormcap. Is there a quest journal? Craft wants to reveal a new recipe. I'm just wondering if there's like actually someone that I'm supposed to be able to talk to. It just says the town, hammer for hire. Find a blacksmith and bring him here. I clicked a button and made Joss a blacksmith. But now, who do I talk to about that? Alright, yeah, I know about this already. Informant. All right. So that's one thing I'm immediately not sure about is I have a quest that says bring a blacksmith here. Maybe it just means in order to use that anvil. And that's all they mean. But all right, well, we've wasted enough time. It's already 11 in the morning. For fuck's sake. Let's see, where were we? We gotta come back towards the stables and then cut across into the woods. Wait, where was the this was the easy one. I'm gonna go to the easy one first. Maybe we'll gain a level or something. Are these the shit kickers we're looking for? Oh, let's see. Where's them refugees? We'll toss them out ourselves. We'll toss them all out. Yeah, I've been drinking. We all have. How do you know? You seers or something? Poof. Never mind. Leave us be. We got refugees to clear out. I think I'm supposed to attack these guys. And they are acting like a bunch of craps. But I think these are... A group of drunkards have decided to square off with the refugees. They must be stopped before things get out of control. Stopped as in calmly dissuaded through rational discussion. It was manufactured outrage? Yeah, that's right. We already have a backstory and everything. Oh, I guess we're doing this. Well, why do we have Brad Pritchard up there all by himself? That doesn't seem right. Here, Brad is our stabby dude. Let's bring him down here. Bring the warriors here. We'll bring Nick over here. The first guy is a fight's in the back. No, Brad, I brought you in, man. Don't worry. You're with the rest of us now. We're all together. All right. Let's see. Let's open it up with a little Nick with his bow. Nick needs to move a little bit. Okay, so now I'm noticing these little icons. That costs, if I'm going to have them run, that costs one of those valor points. Alright, that just barely touched that dude's armor. Alright, and I think, let's see, what is 5 to 6 damage? 3 to 4 damage. Increased by 50% if the target still has armor. Well, he's got armor. What does Brad's things do? It's just a flat out damage. 3 to 4 and 50% of attack. Okay, yeah, so that's going to do more. Let's Let's bring Dark Jake in for that first smash. And then that's it for Dark Jake. Uh-oh, this guy's gonna move in though. Oh shit, Dark Jake's getting flanked. I didn't think ahead. All right. Let's see, Brad. Ambush increases critical attack by 30%. All right, let's get Brad up there. All right, now we'll bring up Jaws. Surround an enemy, engage enemy with 2 allies to get a bonus. All right, I think they're gonna get to attack us now. Oh, okay, so I used stuff using that taunt earlier. I didn't realize it cost me that Valor point. Oh god, I think Brad just doesn't have a ton of armor. We're gonna have to repair that shit. Let's see, Nick. Nick does some pretty beastly damage. Let's move Nick over here. Maybe Nick will have a better angle on this guy. What did he just step on that hurt him? Is there a trap down there? Nick just lost 3 hit points. I don't know why. Is there a battle log somewhere I can look at? Nah. 5%, 25%. All right, we're gonna hit this dude. And this guy's got no armor left, so we're gonna let Jaws take a hit at him. And yeah, I guess at this point we'll let Ow! Oh man. It's a good thing Dark Jake's not here to see that I'm getting his character hurt real bad. Disengage. Pound. Let's see, Jaws. I guess, okay, Brad can still attack. I think Brad's the only one that can still attack right now. Ouch. All right, Joss. Can you take this? Can you finish this guy off? Oh, look at Joss going for the crit. Oh, that's kind of cool. That was satisfying. Let's just move him out of the way. Is that no attacks of opportunity or anything like that? All right. Let's have Dark Jake move in on this guy. Now he's surrounded. He's still got armor, so this is going to do 50% more damage. Yep. And I think first aid heals an ally for 10% of their max health. Cannot be used if this unit is engaged in combat. Isn't he? Oh, he can't reach anyone anyway. Oh! Alright, Brad, I'm sorry. Sorry, Brad. I feel like Brad's getting close to the end of his adventure. Nick. 0% chance to hit. Feels like he should be able to hit this guy. Oh, it is 100%. Oh, 0% armor. 100% chance to hit. There we go. I was looking at that wrong. Oh, we are all having some problems right now. Alright, he's down. Now we're all galvanized. So that's cool. Here, we'll move Nick over here. And let's get... Well, he's still got armor. Can we, Nah, it's too late. I already engaged. Alright. Ouch! So he's got 6 hit points. I think it's time to get Dark Jake the hell out of there. Can we disengage? Holy shit. Let's see. I forget. Does Nick... Well, 10% of his maximum health is not going to hardly do jack right now. Alright, let's just get Brad into position. I didn't realize disengaging itself was going to be the thing that triggered. I thought it would be like in D&D and 5e they've got a disengage action that allows you to step away without an opportunity attack. But I think you can't move at all here unless you hit disengage, and then it says right there, it says, I just didn't read it, triggers an attack of opportunity from your opponent. All right, great. He stabbed us some pretty good damage. Oh yeah, there we go. Brad took him out. So repair all. That's 3 raw materials, yes. Heal your companions with your remedies. What are my remedies? Is that these medicines? I have 5 of them now. Let's see what happens when I click it. Yeah, it takes medicines. Okay. Ooh, did Joss just gain a level? Aptitude points can be used to improve your companion's attributes. Oh, aptitude points. Okay. Oh my gosh. So now we've got 3 different specializations we can choose for Joss. Now, Joss, I'm not going to make any decisions without consulting you first now, because I feel you've already been scarred enough. But we can continue down the path of Joss being the sword and board, which honestly I think we need someone that's going to be the yeah, hit me guy. But you could also be the fighter. Let's see. They have any descriptor? The fighter and the protector both wear heavy armor. Destabilizing strike applies destabilization. And then there's Swordmaster. Laceration. It looks like you can only wear up to medium armor. So it's less armored, but more DPS. And then there's this guy that does like the fighter is more just like general fighting. And then the protector, let's see, the unit and all allies in the area gain protection for 2 rounds. Almost more like a paladin. Almost. So probably, I'm guessing the fighter could also be still serve sword and board, but I know there'll end up being ability. Okay, let's see. So this is their abilities that they'll unlock for the next few levels, I think. Unless you get to choose one of 3 each time. No, this seems to be the defensive, Valorous Chain, counterattack, Valorous Duel, Daring. So these, I'm guessing that once you select, this is what you have down here. Defensive stance gains deflection. If they're engaged in combat, you gain +1. What is that? Valor, is that what it's called? Valor points. Each time this unit engages, they gain deflection, counterattack, Victorious Chain. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna have you be A/an protector. All right. Oh, so I guess I can increase your points. Let's see. Willpower. Used to increase morale. I think Constitution's going to be your bag, though. Can I upgrade anything else? No, I have to choose. Why are they giving me 2 pluses on willpower, though? It's like they really want me to invest there. All right. All right. Well, congratulations, Joss. Let's see. Can we just... Here. I don't want to loot the human body. Sorry. It weirds me out. And how far are we? Oh, it's like midnight. Well, here, I'm going to test this theory. Because we don't need Valor points. I'm going to see what happens if I just don't rest. Oh, what's this question mark up ahead? Now I gotta look. Oh, whoops. A salt mine. What do we do with that? Salt mine. Stop right there. This salt mine belongs to her lordship Gontrandair. Oh, wait, is that stuck-up mayor from the town? I can't just let you walk in. Well, let's see. Persuade. Why do I want to walk in, though? Well, I'm fine. I'm here. Threaten. No, I don't want to be wanted. I can't afford that. All right. Let's see. Persuade. Yes. As you wish. We can't mine the salt because of these 2 iron veins. Anyway, I really don't understand why you're so keen to go in there. I don't know either, honestly, except that you made it sound like something that had some value. So I went for it. Inspect. Okay, there's some salt, which apparently is considered stealing. There's the iron ore. Oh, somebody can be a miner. You know what? I bet Dark Jake seems like he's like a brute. Don't you think like a brute's like a kind of dude that would take a pickaxe and just knock the shit out of stuff? All right, Dark Jake's not here. Dark Jake gets to be the miner. Miner, Dark Jake. Place your cursor on the mining circle. It's like a mining minigame. Press left click when the green circle overlaps the gray one to gather a maximum of ore. Well, look at all that. Let's see, is there any more? Oh, there's more over here. Wait, hold on. I want to see, are we weighed down yet? We're up to 31. We're at the weight of 31. Okay, no, I think we're still good. Go pick up. Where's our novice miner? Dark Jake 13. All right. Any other ore around here I can whack? I don't see anything. Can't go in further into the mine. Let's see, that was Dark Jake. Now what was the other thing we can get? Compendium. What are the points that he's earning? What are they? Okay, I guess I'll find out when I earn enough. But I know that's a separate sort of experience you can gain to apply to craft one for your all right. Can he schmelt just like in World of Warcraft now? All right, now we're going to come back up this way. I wonder if this rain is having any effect on us. Oh, what's that? You can go check out whatever's in there. Like, are we getting wet and therefore sad? Can we be struck by lightning? I have lots of questions. I haven't seen any boars yet either. Where are all these boars I've heard so much about with all their delicious pork chops? All right, looks like this is right out here in these woods somewhere. Just walk into the trees? There they are. Uh-oh, they saw me. Deserters, henchmen. Nope, I'm not going to bribe them. We're supposed to take some of these fools out. Oh, it's a bear trap. All right, let's move him over here. Can they move? Can they run through there? Where's everybody? Okay, I think I like this. Yeah, all right. And per the usual, you know what? I don't like Dark Jake over here. I'm afraid he's going to run on this bear trap. So let's have Dark Jake come in and start wailing this guy's armor first. And just have you just step on the bear trap? All right. So that's not so impressive. All right. So Nick, let's move you. Should be able to get a pop in there. There we go. Oh, there goes the rest of his armor then. All right. Now they get to go a little bit. That's a wicked looking hammer. Targeting. What does that even mean? What does it mean he's targeting? This unit is readying a skill and cannot be engaged. That's troubling. All right, let's get Brad in there with the backstab. I don't know if backstabbing is actually a thing, but I like to think that it is. All right, and then we'll get Joss in there. Encouragement. Yeah, I'm going to use this so that everyone gets protection in this little area here for 2 rounds. And he still gets to attack. Oh, that's the end of that guy. All right. We'll have him stay here. I'm afraid if I move him forward, he's going to beat somehow in this guy's... I think this one's building up for an AoE, so... I hope they can't move and then do the AoE. Let's see. We're going to move... We'll move Joss up here. Oh god, I made Joss run over the damn trap. Okay, Nick's got to move in a little bit. So sorry, Brad. Joss got to step on the bear trap on your behalf. Completely by accident. It's Matus out here! It's almost 11 o'clock, or it's after 11, and Matus was worried he was going to miss his lullaby. You notice how Matus pretends not to like the lullaby, but then he always shows up right about when it's about time for it? Just saying. I know, Brad. I'm sorry. I'm learning. I didn't know he was going to step on it. It seemed like a dumbass move. I should have been paying attention. I wasn't. You were going to gnaw off your own leg. Like you had a whole thing you were going to do, and I took it away from you, Brad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I took that from you. Okay. So that hurt. And now Brad, unscathed, can move in. He is now surrounded. Hey, look. Good job, Brad. I hope you like glorious combat. All right, I think we're going to get through this one. Let's see. We're going to have him step out of that arc. Yeah, I don't think this guy's got much more. Let's get Dark Jake. The guy's still got armor. Dark Jake will get a bonus. And let's get Nick in on this action. Nice. And finally, we finish him off. Oh, yeah, look at that, Joss. Joss brutalized the poor guy. Your group is overtired. Your companions might die of exhaustion. Okay, so now I know we actually need to sleep. In the name of science. Okay, Dark Jake has damaged armor. Repair all the armor. No, did no one take any damage that round? That's kind of cool. All right, we'll leave the human remains. Deserters Brigandine. Huh, we'll look into that. Yeah, I think that was you wasn't that you twice now that got criticals with your sword? Got that special critical animation? All right, Brad. We have to decide. Let's see. We can be a cutthroat, a strategist, or a poisoner. Let's see what the... Okay, each one of them gets light armor. The cutthroat, let's see, does a frenzy. Amber, triggered when this unit attacks from behind. Okay. Strategist. Cannot be used if engaged in combat. It's an attack of opportunity. Forces enemies engaged in the area to disengage. They incur an attack of opportunity from their opponent. Let's see. Poisoner applies 3 poisons to all units in the area. Wait, I think that might also apply to to your companions. But Brad, you seem to have a very strong opinion that you want to be a poisoner. So, oh wait, no, I don't get it. That's at 3rd level. I thought, okay, I wasn't even paying attention. At this level, you just choose Valorous Audacity. Every time the unit ends their turn next to an enemy and is not engaged, you gain +1 Valor. That's kind of good. Each time you kill an enemy, you gain 1 Valor. Every time this unit ends their turn next to an ally that is not engaged in combat. Now, I think you need to be more offensive as a ranger. You think? What do you think, Brad? That's what we have to decide now, is which one of these things. If you're next to an enemy and not engaged, you get a bonus. Flat out, every time you kill, you get a bonus. I feel like it's easier to arrange for you to get into this position. I feel like you'd be getting more valor by doing this. More valor more often. Or you could be a supportive person. Or if you're standing next to a friend and you're not engaged. What game? This game is called Wartales. I forgot. I don't have this listed on my stream at all. In fact, for reasons I don't understand, I think YouTube was still advertising that I'm playing Elden Ring, even though I specifically told it not to. All right, I'm going to go with Valorous Audacity. And then willpower increases crits too. What does dexterity do? That also increases crits, but I think we're going to do that. If that helps, because critting is, you're like a stabby, roguey type of person. Seems like what the ranger does. So yeah, this is Wartales. It's a little bit like Band of Brothers with good graphic. Or not Band of Brothers. What was that other one that everyone hated that I streamed? Battle Brothers. There we go. And it just warned me we're going to die of exhaustion. That's not cool. All right, stop moving. Armor +5. This has got better armor. Okay, let's see, Joss is our tank. What's he got? Angler's Rags. Okay, Now, are people going to see him wearing this and think he's a deserter now? And does everyone have the same shitty armor? That's 5. Oh no, in fact, let's see. What does Dark Jake got? All right, we'll give this to Brad because this is better than what Brad's wearing. Well, hand-me-downs from Joss. Yeah, people... Well, I think earlier editions, people leveled up. Oh, you mean like literally they need different amounts of experience per class? I think second edition had that too. Didn't they? No, actually, I can't remember. Can I... What is camping looking like? Can rest, feed your troops, pay their wages. But how much danger is it here? Danger level 30% average. Okay. I actually owe them 57 coins now. Right now I need money. All right. Let's does food... I wonder if food ever goes bad. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it doesn't. All right, now we'll rest. Hopefully we don't get ambushed. That's what I thought. At 3rd edition, it was just sort of like... because in 3rd edition, it just started going by character level. Because you could interchange classes. And it was just a matter of like how you were filling in the classes. So it's like, oh, well, you 2 levels of monk and 1 level of sorcerer or whatever. And you could hop all around. Where in the earlier editions, it was much more like, oh, you're a paladin. Oh, you don't want to not be a paladin anymore? Then you got to renounce being a paladin and never be a paladin again. And then everything changes for you and you start from 0. You start from level 1 in your new profession. All right. Let's see what happens. You haven't paid your wages? Do you want to rest anyways? Yeah, I don't have enough money to pay them. Shit. Are they going to be pissed off now? Let's see. The happiness is 13. It just went down. They're not happy with delayed wages. All right. I didn't know when wages were due. How was I supposed to know? Or probably there's some very obvious way I could have found out. But overall, they're still pleased. It was a net gain. Oh no, it was a net loss. It was +4 sitting next to the campfire, but -6 for the wage delay. All right, we need to go back to town. Let me see, what was... Oh, it's on the world map? Is that where the quests are? Oh, I didn't take care of this gang yet. Think I can take care of them without a whole nother day passing, maybe? All right, where the hell are they? It's like right over there somewhere. I think I probably saw them wandering around earlier. Is that them up there? I feel like this thing is not changing. Okay, there's the gang. We ambushed them. Sweet. It's like Gloomhaven. Why am I not just playing Gloomhaven? Because Gloomhaven was too much strategy. I think that's the problem. I was kind of enjoying Gloomhaven, but I had to think so hard about everything that I was doing that it wasn't chill. It was really hard too. That's why I liked Gloomhaven, and I was really, and maybe when I'm in the mood for something that's super hard and punishing, that makes me like playing chess, except brutal and harder to understand, then I'll play Gloomhaven again. Because I was enjoying it, but it was just too much, man. It was too much. Too much brain power. I think I've told you many times that with my job right now, I burn out. I burn all my brain power during the day. I don't need that in my games. Time for a little Gloomhaven with Brad and Amanda. I don't think we could get Amanda to play it. I think she would be frustrated. The only way she could play it is if I actually bought the tabletop game. She's really not into video games anymore. She'd like some part of her clicked within the last couple years, where she's repulsed at the idea of playing video games. I think it might be because maybe she hasn't said it, but maybe she thinks I play too many video games. So now she doesn't like, she's like angry at video games, but. Well, D&D is not video game though. And the only version of video game that we have is, well, and also the tabletop version of Gloomhaven has 10 billion parts inside of it. It takes 3 hours to set up. So that's why I'm not tempted to get the actual board game. I think it takes 4 hours to put it away again, from what I understand. How does ambushing them help us? Leader's aggression. I'm looking for the ambushed debuff. Leader's aggression. Oh, what is it? Always deals critical hits? Oh, bullshit. Okay, so we definitely need to take out this damn leader. Alright, we need to get Dark Jake in there first. So at least we get... Okay, the ambush lets us move everyone first. Okay, that's right. Yeah. Alright, let's get... We gotta take this guy out. Don't step on the damn bear trap, Dark Jake. You're better than that. Can I hit him from over here? Okay. And let's get... Oh, really? Oh, yeah, we need to finish Dark Jake's. I was like, oh, why can't we do that? All right, let's get Nick up into position. Some kind of position. Can he hit him from here even? Yep, just barely, but he can do it. All right, armor gone. I forget, does Brad actually have a backstab ability yet, or does it not? I don't think it matters. Position doesn't matter. So what I want to do, since he can do heavy damage, I think I want to wait till the guy's surrounded. Let's get Joss in there. Walking to the could trigger. Okay, so I was like, I wonder if there's a way we can just not trigger it. All right, let's do a taunt on this guy to weaken him. And we'll wait on encouragement till we have 3 people up here. So it'd be really nice if we could take this guy out before any of his companions can auto-crit every time they look at us. Oh yeah, he's getting in here for sure. Guy's surrounded. And I think he's gonna get his valor point. Nice. Can we move him into position? Oh, he can barely go anywhere at this point. All right. Oh, shit. I wanted to wait on that. Oh, well. All right. The Dark Jake. Whoops. Let's get Dark Jake in with his ability to do extra damage for people who still have armor left. Murder is the ultimate weakness debuff. I agree. Matus auto-crits people by looking at them, but it's only because you're extremely unattractive. Oh, don't be so hard on yourself, Matus. I wouldn't say that's true at all. I met you in a streamer house. You were quite dashing. Let's see. All right, so that's the end of that. Oh, whoops. Oh, someone got to attack. But hey, at least they're not attacking on like crits. All right, let's see. Nick, can Nick get a shot in on this person yet? No, we need to move Nick up in order to do that, but not step in the bear trap. All right. All right, let's get Brad into position here. A new round is starting. All right, let's get Dark Jake in with that armor debuff. And let's get Nick while he's still able to be hit. All right, now Joss can go in. You know what? I'm not sure. Let me take a look what the galvanizing buff does. Damage increased by 50%? That's significant. Okay. Are they all galvanized? That's really good. I wonder how long it lasts. I'm guessing a buff that powerful, I'm guessing only lasts a turn. Oh, it said it right there. I could just point it at it. Everyone else? Joss? And Joss finishes him off. No special crit, but still impressive nevertheless. An outlaw's tunic. Oh. Marsh parsley. And what's this? A poetry book. Whose heart would remain unmoved upon reading this book? All right. Repair all. Am I picking up more raw? No, I think I'm just burning through them. It's like, have they been replenishing when I've been fighting? At the top is your morale. You've been getting galvanized when you reach the first marker. I had not been noticing that. Okay. Oh, look, Dark Jake's leveling. Let's see, what does Dark do? Oh, Vanguard? Smasher deals damage to all units in the area. Applies 2 poison to bleeding units. And Destroyer. Okay. Let's see what further down. Vanguard. Okay, so he still will remain kind of tanky as Vanguard. Relentless charge. Disengages and charges in a straight line. Deals 3 damage to all units in their path. Applies slowdown for 1 round. Defensive stance. Armor breaker. Okay, so this is going to continue the trend of damaging armor, which has been helpful. Let's see, Smasher. It does an area of effect attack and applies poison. Are you galvanized right now, Brad? Well, you go out and do some extra 50% damage. Don't let this go to waste. Just kick a hole in the wall or something. Just do something. You gotta take advantage of that extra 50%, Brad. You're galvanized. Alright. Damage to all... Okay, so that's got the area of effect attack. And then when he goes up, every time an attack hits several enemies, he gains... That's how he gets his thing. Unit gains deflection. If you're engaged in combat, with deflection, you gain 1 thing. Okay. Every time this unit engages in combat, gain 1. Cruelty. Damage and critical hit increased by 20%. These are all kind of cool. Armor. I like Armor Breaker. But I'm starting to think Brute, like, I should make him more about her laying on the chain. In fact, I kind of like the idea of him being someone that goes in melee and does, like, area damage. You know what? I think Smasher. I'm going to go Smasher for Dark Jake. Yeah. And I think we're going to increase whatever has the most pluses. There we go. Sweet. All right. Dark Jake is now a Smasher. All right. Now we need to go back to town and get some damn money so that if we camp again... You know, I spent all the money on food for you a-holes. I hope you guys know that. So why we didn't have money? This was to feed you. Can I interact with the bandits? May I interest you in my humble wares, my lord? Attack or leave? Oh, no, there's also this stuff over here. Grease. Let's see. Lockpicks. You know what? I'm not gonna be buying. I'm not gonna be. Well, I didn't see lockpicks anywhere else. How much are they? 9 gold each. It's a good. Oh, actually, it just occurred to me. I can still do, like, I think arm stuff. So, let's see. This is 10 armor, movement +2. Okay, that was good. Dark Jake. Let's give this to Dark Jake. Oh, yeah, it's looking pretty badass. Let's see, now Brad's maybe getting some hand-me-downs. Okay, no, it's the same as what Brad's got. Nick's getting the hand-me-downs now. I don't think I can sell him stuff, but, I mean, let me see. Yeah, I can. Now, if I'm not doing inventory, yes. Damaged dagger. Hold on. What's Brad using? A rusty shiv. Dexterity +2, stab capacity. Why does it say stab capacity in red? Poisoning. Stab. Oh, stab is the attack. Okay. So with the weapon he has now, this is what happens. Ambush increases hit chance. Okay. And if he's using this, then stab gets removed and he gets poisoning instead, which does 5 to 7 damage and applies 1 poison, which causes them to lose 5% of their maximum health at the end of their turn. Stackable. That's 5 to 7 versus 6 to 8. And ambushing increases the crit chance. But this one also increases the dexterity. So you know what? I'm going to have him wear this. So Brad's finally going to get to do all that poisoning he wanted to do. That he always dreamed about doing. You'd cut yourself out almost immediately? Oh, can he wield 2 daggers? No, it doesn't look that way. I don't know if it becomes an option later, but definitely does not appear to be an option now. Well, you know what? Since I don't know how often I'll be able to get lockpicks, we'll just do that. And then that's good. Thank you for trading with me. Good sir. Oh, what's this off in the woods over here? What did I pick up there? I wish there was some sort of a... Is there like a... Resume. It would be nice if there was some sort of a... like a thing tracking all the words that are going by. The things that happen, like a battle tracker type of thing. Sort inventory. Alright, whatever. Got to get back to town and get paid before we have to rest again. So that everyone doesn't get crabby. Alright, let's this is where we turn in our quests. Collecting bounty, yes. We got all the bounties at once. Here's your reward. Review. Got 275. Nice. I kind of like it. Yeah, I mean, this is from everything I could see. This game is pretty much shaping to be exactly what I was expecting, and what I was expecting was like I had a craving for this game, and the game is exactly what what I was hoping it would be. I'm enjoying just the kind of little mechanics and everything else, and it's not super complex, but and it's not going to have like. I don't think it's ever, or maybe someday it'll have more of a story, but like right now, it's literally like, it's not, I don't think there's a campaign story going on. There might be, and I just don't know it yet. The first game that I played again is called Low Magic Age. It retails for $14.99, but I found it on sale for $5.99. Like I had it on my wish list actually for a while, just because I was interested in it. Because again, it's a basic D&D type simulator that doesn't hit you over the head with a whole bunch of story dialogue. And sometimes I want that. Wrath of the Righteous, Pathfinder Kingmaker is an excellent game, but sometimes I just don't want all that story happening to me. I just want to have a sandbox where I'm going around killing stuff and in a way that is satisfying to me. So let's see. Oh, there's that last gang we haven't killed yet. A rat infestation. At night, we can hear piercing screeches coming from the teeming masses. All right, I'm going to accept that. Well, that's way out in the boonies over there. If you wanted story to happen, you'd play chess? Well, yeah, chess is very story heavy. Of course. I mean, that's why I had them on my wish list, but I kept... Wartales was one, every time I saw it, I was like, I kind of want to play that. Even though there's, you know, you see a lot of people saying things like, the positive reviews are, hey, this game's got a lot of potential, or you know, you see these early access things, but there are enough people saying like, yeah, it's gonna be a really good game, but it's already a lot of fun. That kind of sold it for me. And again, it's like, it's not the AAA experience that you're gonna get from a really, like, I think Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is probably my example of like the probably one of the most premium CPR, you know, no, Divinity Original Sin 2, but as we've discussed, I don't care for the combat in that. So probably Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous is sort of the pinnacle of this type of game that I like. And it's high quality because it has really good storytelling. I just don't always want my game to be doing that for me. So they just make you want to play Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. Well, after hearing from Brad that it's less about environmental puzzles, I'm slightly more enthusiastic about Baldur's Gate 3. I think still I don't want to play it till it's done. Like, I don't really have an interest in getting it before they finished it. Okay. That's good. Curious, is the same people to hire? Yeah, it looks like the same folks to hire. And what did this guy offer? He offered special quests that pay more. I don't want to do that yet because I have a feeling more special quests probably demand more special skills, which I don't have yet. I got my hands full already, but I'm happy now to know that that next time we camp, I can pay my people. How much money do we have? 320? Okay, I need to arrange to get more food. I still haven't. I feel like at an inn, I should be able to figure out how to cook, right? You go to the blacksmith and you click on something to be a blacksmith. Here's a bunch of people eating. Where's it coming from? Why can't I click on that? The thing that makes where the food comes from. Okay. Can I just click in here? We'll just be like, hey, Nick, be a cook. No. Because I think that's what it's shaping up to be. Is I really want to have a cook. And Nick is the last man standing. You've been trying to wait for Baldur's Gate 3. You're feeling the itch to buy it lately. Seems like a bad idea, though. I haven't been looking at the reviews. I've just heard murmurs that it's not ready yet. But if you really needed to sink your teeth into it, I'm sure there's plenty there to sink your teeth into. It's just not done. But I don't know what the criticisms are. Honestly, I know that people are saying it's not ready yet, or don't buy it yet, stay away from it, wait till it's done. And not that everyone has said that, but I've heard murmurs saying that. But I honestly, like I said, I haven't been paying too much attention to it because my whole attitude is like, I'm not chomping at the bit to play it to begin with. More so because I thought it was Divinity Original Sin 2 with Baldur's Gate skin. But now that I know it's doesn't have quite as many environmental barrels, at least according to Brad, I'm slightly less indifferent to it, but I'm still like, yeah, I'm gonna wait. But all right, let's get out of here. I still feel like there's something here I'm missing. Some place where I should be able to learn to be a cook. Click your fire, lady. Is she gonna be mad that I went her mines? No, she didn't care. So you know what? I just realized it's late. I'm gonna call this the YTG gang. And then main, because sometimes I save secondaries for reasons. I don't think I'll do it in this game. You've really been wanting to play a Githyanki Eldritch Knight in D&D, but most DMs are, what the fuck is a Githyanki? I would definitely say that. They're in there as a companion. Okay. Let's get the hell out of here. Return to last minute. That's good. I'm already out of village. I saved the game. Okay, now I'm curious though, just to make sure, if I reload the game, I'll actually be exactly where I left off. And I don't know if I could only save the game because I was by a village or not. Anyways, let's get out of here. But yeah, all told, like, I'm kind of digging this game so far. I mean, it's not like gonna blow anyone's mind, but it looked neat. It looked kind of cool. Its graphics aren't jarring. I was kind of enjoying it. I don't know if I would wholeheartedly say, yeah, go out and spend $35 on it. Like, for me, it just became because at a certain point, like, where I'm looking at something over and over again. Oh, gosh darn it. When I'm looking at something over and over again, eventually I'll just be like, you know what? If I've looked at this game so many times and I'm feeling like I'm in the mood to play it, like I wish I could play it right now, I should probably just bite the bullet and buy this thing. It's not like an impulse buy. It's like something I've been like eyeballing for a long time. I just don't want to pay $35 for it. But today was the day. Well, I spent $29, but today was the day where I just decided, fuck it. I've looked at it too many times. I've been tempted by it too many times. I'm just gonna get it because I want to play it tonight. They have rough yellow leathery skin just like me. Nice. They live on the astral plane and hunt aberrations like illithids. Their queen is a lich. I may have seen the word before, but not known what they were. Seems pretty far out. But I'm also starting to think that at a certain point in my dungeon mastering career, I'm going to have to like run a game that's not just vanilla 1970s Dungeons and Dragons. Like, you want to be something that Gary Gygax didn't invent in 1978? Well, not in my campaign, you're not. So, the original Fiend Folio, I don't remember, it's been so long. But Fiend Folio was well, I doubt it was, yeah, Fiend Folio was not playable stuff. They are a little far out. They're psionic, similar to illithids. That's what he's. So the original AD&D Fiend Folio. Did I say he invented? That was probably very wrong. I guess what it would come back to is if Tolkien didn't invent it, I don't want it in my campaign. There we go. No more green screen in the corner. Oh, okay. I don't think I had that book. Nick just sent me a picture of Fiend Folio. Probably won't come up on my green screen. Not really. There's a lot of green in it. I think the generation of AD&D books was like a reprint because they didn't have this level. They didn't have this kind of like comic booky art style. It had more of a like a painting art style, but I'm remembering right. I still remember I had the basic. I had basic, expert. Was the third one companion? There was the basic D&D. Where I'm trying to remember if you could even choose. I guess you could be a human wizard or human warrior. I was gonna be like, if you were an elf, did you have to be a fighter mage? I couldn't remember. It was so restrictive on what you could play or not. And then I remember after playing that for a couple years, hearing about advanced Dungeons and Dragons. And it's like, oh my gosh, what? You could be a fighter, wizard, thief? What? That blew my mind. There's all these classes I never heard of before. Oh, you could be a ranger like Aragorn? Oh my god, it's not just like fighter, because in the original D&D it was fighter, thief, magic user, wasn't even called wizard, magic user, and what was the last one? Oh, cleric. And that was it. Those are the 4 classes you had to choose. I'm trying to remember if you were an elf, you could have been like a fighter. I'm trying to remember. Does anyone ever play original Dungeons and Dragons pre-AD&D? Could elves be fighter magic users? I want to say maybe they could. That picture's not. It's not forming. Oh, there it is. Okay. That's interesting because I can see the evolution. How the one was the predecessor of the latter picture. Nick just sent me the 5th edition rendition of the same creature that was first drawn 40 years ago. More than 40 years ago. But couldn't humans be different things? Or do humans then have to be fighters? Halflings were thieves. Is that... Because I thought humans could be different things. But halflings had to be thieves? Elves had to be, like, magic user fighters? It's been so long. I just remember you really didn't have a whole lot of choices. It was just like... This is what you're going to be. You still could roll gimped stats. The rule book didn't tell you could make house rules about how to roll your characters. It was just like, roll 3 6-sided dice. Write the numbers down in order. That's your character. Like you couldn't even decide which number went in which slot. It was just like, you rolled the first one. Oh, you want to be a warrior and you rolled a 6? Sorry, your strength is 6. Could I put the 6 somewhere else? No. Strength is the first one, and you rolled the first one, and now it's 6. So, I was still amazed that all my friends who rolled their characters at home ended up with 18s and shit. For whatever attribute fit their character. I had a bunch of very lucky friends. They have... Only when I wasn't in person, the luck went away. But they all rolled characters at home that ended up having fantastic stats, at least for what their characters needed to be fantastic. Humans had classes. Exotic races were a class. Well, they were all exotic, right? Elves used bows, halflings snuck around, dwarves were... I want to say dwarves were just fighters too, but I can't remember. I honestly can't remember. Now I've got to look it up. Original Dungeons and Dragons. I think I'm finding more than I wanted. History. Basic D&D, that's what I played. Not original D&D. It doesn't give a flat thing, but it does say they were combined into races and classes were combined into a single list from which characters could make a single choice. Players who wished to choose both a race and a class, such as a halfling who wished to play a thief, were advised by the rules to buy advanced Dungeons and Dragons. What a racket! So yeah, you're right. It was just like you chose whatever you were. If you were a halfling, it's just like, that's what class are you? What do you mean? I'm a halfling. Yeah, but what's your profession? What are you talking about? I'm halfling. That's my profession. But this is like a wiki article. I would like a definitive list. Basic. All right, here we go. There were 4 human classes. So as a human, you could be a cleric, fighter, magic user, or thief. And then there were 3 demi-human classes: dwarf, elf, and halfling. And that was it. You're right. They were just, that was your class, dwarf. A dwarf in Dungeons and Dragons is a humanoid race. Oh. I want to know what they were made up of. They're like, oh, you want a basic guide to 5th edition? No, I want to know literally give me a description of the original classes. Oh my God, but you just went for it. You still have your basic D&D box set? Oh, I'm sad. There was a point at which, after I moved away from home and my parents split up and they sold the house, and my whole room that had everything that I had from my childhood got packed into a storage unit. And when my dad had to move across the country for something, and I guess his company paid for it for a long time, and eventually they didn't. And I didn't have room for everything. I was always like sharing a bedroom in an apartment or something. So eventually, like, I think my mom went and rescued a few select items from there that she thought really would be like meaningful to me. Like, my favorite thing toys when I was a kid was Transformers. So I had a box. Those like the pride of my toy collection was my box of Transformers, and so she saved that. But most of that stuff, like, I had like 200 comic books. They're all in like the plastic sleeves. Everything else that I had was in that storage unit. Eventually got like auctioned off and disposed of. And I was like, shit. I'd never had it. And it was also a place you couldn't go. You couldn't just go there. And it was also like far away, and I couldn't get there. I was like 100 miles away. But you couldn't just go there. It was like places where the containers were stacked like 50 feet into the air, one on top of the other, and you had to make an appointment for someone to go get like a big forklift machine to get your container down and like bring it to you to meet them. So everything about it was really hard to access. But then, and I was like, it sounds like such a pain in the ass to get there, and then, and to get there to be able to even access my stuff in the first place. And then I was like, I don't have room for all that for all of it anyways. But later in my life, I regret. Like if I could go back, I would go to that container. And even though I couldn't save, I didn't have room for everything. There's a lot of stuff now. Like I kind of wish that would be cool if I could look at my original Dungeons and Dragons books that I got. That was the first D&D I ever played. But anyways, lower level caps in humans. Let's see. Fighting men. Any human character can be a fighting man, and all halflings and dwarves are members of the fighter class, unless they opt to be thieves. Elves are a combination of fighting man and magic user. Now is that because there was original D&D and there was basic D&D? That was basic D&D? Humans could be anything. And clerics could only be humans. Dwarves and halflings could choose between fighter and thief. That's sort of what I thought. But it's been so long, I wasn't sure. And I just know when I heard about Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and all the extra classes that they had there, I was like, whoa, I've got to get that. And then I got it, and I never played basic Dungeons and Dragons again. Hello. Let's see. I'm trying to see what that name means. If I say it out loud, am I saying something horribly offensive and I just don't know it? I've come to terms with the fact that during live chats, I'm oblivious when people come in, if there are troll names that I don't recognize, and I'm like, okay, what is, if I say that name, what horrible word am I saying that I'm not aware that I'm saying? There are a number of other character types detailed in AD&D. There's subclasses, right? Well, monk wasn't a subclass, was it? Druid wasn't a subclass. Or was Druid a subclass of cleric? I guess it was. Was monk a subclass of fighter? Rangers, and I know rangers and paladins were considered like subclasses of fighters. You're feeling super sleepy. I should go too. It's midnight. Oh my god, you guys. Okay, no, I gotta go. I'm you kidding me? I'm gonna get shushed. Evie, don't worry. I'm gonna sing. Everyone, I'm bringing this to a close. All right, I gotta go. It's after midnight. Evie's got to go to sleep for Christ's sake. All right, here we go. Sorry, we got to shut it down. It's gotta happen. It's gotta happen quickly. All right, still there, Evie? Here you go. Go to sleep and good night. Your eyes are getting so heavy. Go to sleep now. EV23, Nixie, Matus, go to sleep. Deep Potter, Brad Pritchard, I'll be waiting for you in your dreams, Joss and I. Good night.